Welcome to another version of the Friday Talk Whatever the hell you want to talk about show. We didn't have a show on Wednesday due to my regular job. I just didn't get home time to set anything up. But this is our regular Friday night show, so let's get into it.
Never stop, I'll get it if I want it. Gotta make to myself a promise. I won't quit, keep going till I got it. I won't give up till I'm on top.
Yo,
yeah.
no, I ain't the type to give up. If I do something, man, I do it till I get what I want. I turn a business out of nothing into something I love. I got a poker face, but honestly, I'm not one to bluff. I flip a switch, never miss, man, I always stay up. Don't let them see you, bitch, always have a plan to stay tough. This life ahead of you ain't easy, it was built to be rough. But that's what makes a personality, is tragedy, bruh. So keep your head on your shoulders. Now we ain't out here moving rocks, we out here moving boulders. Now we ain't getting posterized, we out here making posters. And we ain't got nothing to hide, we move forward like soldiers. You better wake up for the pace up.
So, the Vikings re-signed Reisner.
Yeah, I think he starts. It's a competition up between him and Brando, but I think Reisner is going to end up starting week 1. But you needed depth, so hopefully they run the ball. That's all that matters to me. Run the damn ball.
Yeah.
So we'll see what happens. Since the season ended, I've caught bits and pieces of what's going on. I'm not fully into it yet. I won't start getting fully into football until probably July. It's like spring of the year, OTAs and the rule changes. I'm keeping up with that. But once football season's over, I kind of pulled away from it. I'm starting to get back into it now, but it just
So this offseason will be different because the Twins, the Twins are always kind of good, but the T-Wolves were actually
see, this is weird because the Timber Puppies were in the thick of the playoffs, which doesn't happen up here like every 20 years. So we had that going, and then the Twins, they've been hot and cold. They're back on a hot streak, kind of. But I just, it's almost like there's a calm with this team now. It's kind of like business as usual. You don't have that glaring spotlight that was who. He's gone. So the optimism there is there for the team just now. And now the whole what's going to happen with Justin Jefferson, blah, 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 blah. There's a lot of receivers getting paid except him.
Yeah.
I've noticed that. Adam from the past right now. Offensively, Chuck Foreman. Defensively, any of the Purple People Eaters. Matt Blair, Joey Browner, Carl Lee, Bobby Bryant, Paul Krause. The list goes on. For the style of defense that this team plays now, probably Alan Page. So,
what's up, fellas?
Hey, what's going on?
What up?
Hey, Tony, I'm kind of like you anymore. I kind of noticed this yesterday, getting Minnesota Viking overload. It's not fall season, and it's there's just there's only so much positivity that go on YouTube and here. How big of a signing Dalton Reisner was. You guys are my age. We didn't get that daily doses of sunshine. I kind of like it the old days. This isn't football season. Like watching baseball.
Yeah.
do a couple of your shows ago. I missed it, and I wanted to ask this question. So, if I name 3, I don't know if I want to say defining moments, but 3 moments in Vikings history, if you could change the outcome of one, what do you think the best chance of them, I guess, changing the Vikings history and winning a Super Bowl? So 1, I'll say the Hail Mary pass. 2, Darrell Nelson dropping the touchdown in the end zone. Or 3, Gary Anderson.
The Hail Mary pass for sure.
Yeah, I would say so. Me is Darrell Nelson because
I think the Gary Anderson kick is really a non-issue because the Vikings still had a chance to win after that.
yeah, and plus, I noticed that show that a lot of people were talking about the 98 Vikings. 98. Yeah, they were, 15-1, but the Denver Broncos had a damn good team and a better complete team. Like
that 98 team had a very lackluster defense.
Yes, that would have been no cakewalk playing the Broncos in the Super Bowl. My thing is the Darrell Nelson drop pass was at the time that NFC was so much better than all the AFC. And what Washington did to Denver at Super Bowl, I think that would have been it. If you could have changed one of the 3, that would have been by far their best chance.
Just real quick, Young. This is actually Friday night is actually talk about anything you want. So if you want to come on and talk about the Wolves, you're more than welcome to.
Because the Hail Mary pass was 74, right?
75.
I mean, they had a great team, but it still would have been no gimme against the Steelers.
I'll tell you what, though. You know what? The Steelers going into that Super Bowl were banged up.
Yeah.
And in the Super Bowl before, they barely beat us. The thing that stopped the Vikings was, 1, they couldn't run the ball, and just bad play calling from Jerry Burns and Bud Grant. Other than that, game was we were on the same field. We played just as well as the Steelers did. For all the yards that they racked up on the ground, to only score 16 points.
Oh yeah.
And 75, the Vikings had like 10 All-Pros on that. Vikings had 10 All-Pros that year. Steelers had 10 also. So strength against strength. But I'll tell you what.
Hold on, Fish. I'll bring you on in a second.
The problem with the Steelers was they went into that Super Bowl and they were hurt, and Joe Green was hurt. Joe Green played in that Super Bowl, but he didn't play a lot. And the Vikings went in there, they would have had revenge on their mind.
I still think that 80, what was that? 88, 89 that Nelson dropped that pass?
87.
Let's welcome
87.
Sarah.
That team was a lot better than the Broncos.
Our third host is back.
That team would have Denver earlier, so they would have probably just manhandled Denver, especially that front.
Yeah, so I'm just saying that was probably their best chance of winning a Super Bowl on one of those teams. If you could change the outcome on one of those 3, I really think the 87 team had the best shot.
If they beat the Chiefs, it's a different story. What's up, Fish? What's up, Sarah?
What's up, fellas? Long time.
If they beat the Chiefs, Joe Cap probably stays, and we're probably on a dynasty, because the next 2 years, who the AFC sent to the Super Bowl, which was Baltimore and Miami, I mean, the Vikings handled them in preseason, and Baltimore was never a match for the Vikings later on. So, you win that Kansas City Super Bowl. This is probably a different franchise.
If you just win one of them,
Yeah, if you just win one of them. No way they were beating the Raiders. They were just too old. The Raiders were just a much more physical team. Miami took it, just basically hit us in the mouth. And they went right at the defense, which was Alan Page.
We had no answer for.
We had no answer for him. But that Pittsburgh, I mean, say what you want. I mean, people are like, yeah, you lost to the Pittsburgh Steelers, but you know what? The Steelers didn't blow us out. They could have, and they didn't. Hell, it was 2-0 at halftime.
JJ, shut up.
So, I mean, that's probably the one we could have won. I still say they go to Super Bowl 10, they probably win it.
Yeah, well,
87 is my year.
And 87 was another year that they could have won it. They'd have been all over Denver. John Elway would have been history.
Well, 87, if it wasn't a strike year, the Vikings probably had the most talent.
Yeah, the Vikings probably
a strike year. They'd have probably been the 1 seed.
Yeah,
yeah,
they would have probably. But what about San Francisco? Was what the 1 seed? They only lost. They'd have been at least 2 for sure.
Well,
that was a good.
Actually, put money into the replacements, so the Vikings.
Well, our Scabs lost all 3 games, so I mean,
when they say Scabs, the Vikings got the scabbiest of the Scabs because it took him. He didn't. I mean, Mike Lynn, the idiot that he was, they didn't decide to go get Scabs until they knew there was going to be a strike, and then he got it during the strike week.
Hey, here you all go. Here's the playbook.
Yeah,
exactly.
That 87 team's kind of forgotten.
Absolutely, it's the most forgotten NFC Championship team we've got.
Yeah, it is. I haven't forgot it because Darren Nelson dropping that pass is on the same level of pain that 75 was. 98 didn't bother me as much. 09 didn't bother me. Screw 2017, but Nelson dropping that pass, the pass wasn't intended for him.
98 killed me. 98 killed me because I won a Super Bowl trip the night before.
Yeah, my only thing about 98 is our defense was dropping like flies in that championship game.
Yeah.
And plus we lost in the offensive side, we lost David Dixon and Leroy Horde.
Yeah.
In that championship game. So you're going up against Denver, you're basically only going to have probably Robert Smith.
Yeah.
Yep. And then the Favre championship game, Peterson fumbling 3 times in the end zone.
Okay, I'm going to be it's just football, period. Football. You turn the ball eight times. You turn it over 8 times. You don't deserve to win.
No, yeah. And he fumbled 4 times, 3 times.
He fumbled 3. Percy Harvin fumbled 1. Berrien fumbled. Favre threw an interception. Somebody else fumbled too.
That's my big black mark on
Percy Harvin fumbled.
Yeah, Percy Harvin fumbled. Berrien fumbled. Yeah.
He fumbled so much in big games.
Sarah, you muted just in case if you didn't know.
I can't have Peterson as the best running back because
I have Peterson as the best pure runner, but best all around back is Chuck Foreman and then Robert Smith.
Yeah, I mean he fumbled too much.
Come on, DJ Jones was the best running back
in big game, and it was always in big games.
Hey, nobody mentions 2000, right? Because even if we didn't get blown out by the Giants, those Ravens would have killed us.
Well, at the end of 2000, weren't we on like a 3-game losing streak to go into the playoffs?
Yeah, but 41-0.
Yeah.
And then those Ravens.
Interesting story about that is I remember waking up early morning on Monday. I wasn't working that day. And the first ESPN broadcast starts at 5 o'clock. They let in on that Monday morning 5 o'clock broadcast. Lead story was the Vikings complained about Giants having their headset. And then the 6 o'clock program, when they just rerun the stuff, that wasn't on. for the cook-off.
It was what happened was the Eagles brought it up too because they think that they were stealing signals. They were getting they were getting the radio feeds. The Vikings
watched that on ESPN.
Well,
that was on the first hour, and then it was gone.
Yeah, the Vikings downplayed it, and so did the Eagles. But now, years later, there's been said that there's some truth to it.
Yeah, well, I can see the NFL calling up ESPN and say, you have to squash that story. It's Super Bowl week. Or
and that's when ESPN had more credibility than it does now.
Yep.
I won't watch ESPN. Hell no. I will not watch it.
Not since Stuart Scott, rest his soul, passed away.
Since all the OGs are gone from ESPN, I won't watch it. You know, since Disney took it over, forget that. You know.
Now that they own NFL Network, I'm from Freight NFL.
I'm done watching NFL Network. I won't watch NFL Network.
Sarah, are you there?
I'm here.
You feeling better?
Kind of, not really.
So I mean, yeah, it's the only team I can legitimately say that should have won a Super Bowl that didn't even make it there. 69 should have won it. 75 should have won it. And 87. The later teams.
75 would have been a hell of a match. That would have been a great game.
Yeah, I mean, especially when you've got one of the biggest parts of that steel curtain hurt.
Yeah.
That would have helped. I mean, right then you would have Mick Tingelhoff probably would have had a field. Ed White was an all-pro. I mean, they would have ran the ball, and they were determined to win, you know.
So correct me if I'm wrong, because I'm a harp on 87 in another minute. Didn't we beat San Francisco in the playoffs?
Kick their ass?
Yeah.
7, we kicked their asses.
That's what I'm saying. If it wasn't for the 3 scab games we lost, if we'd have got that 1 seed, maybe Washington would have had to deal with San Francisco, and maybe in matchup wise, it would have been a little bit different. Kind of clear the path for us.
And look at it this way: do the Bears win the division? Because they weren't very. I mean, if the Vikings were at that time, the Vikings were on an even keel with the Bears.
Yeah.
And it was a couple of bounces. I mean, they lost that Sunday night game because of a blown coverage.
I mean, when the Bears were the best team in the NFL, the Vikings were the second best team.
Right. And both teams had good defenses. Minnesota had a better offense. The Bears did not have the best offense. And that's because Ditka was playing musical chairs with the quarterback situation.
No, but that defense would beat the hell.
They had Peyton. So they need a quarterback.
He had McMahon, he had Tom Zach, and then he drafted Jim Harbaugh.
Now they had Steve Fuller too.
Fuller retired after 86.
Okay.
And for their replacement games, here's who their quarterbacks were: Mike Hohensee and Sean Payton.
Yep. That's why he hates us so much.
Yep.
That's why he hates us so much. Yeah, buddy.
Yep. He was a replacement player for the Bears. Him and Mike Hohensee both. So it could, I mean.
I don't even remember watching those replacements.
I watched them. But see, here's the thing. When those replacement games happened, it was in the middle of the Twins World Series run. So nobody in the Twin Cities was paying attention to the Vikings, especially since it was replacements. So nobody paid attention.
And it was their first
and
series.
Then the 84 strike, they just showed Canadian Football League. Right?
Oh, 82? Yeah, they showed Canadian football for about a week. And then, what people don't realize is they used to show Canadian football all the time on TV back in the 60s. and then they stopped in the 50s and 60s when TV was a big thing. They showed Canadian football. When the strike happened in 82, they had to fill that void. So they brought in Canadian football, which I finally got to see Warren Moon with Edmonton because they showed Oilers game, not Oilers, but Eskimos games. But
Hey
yeah,
guys, I don't feel good, so I'm gonna log off. I'll come back on in a bit after I take some medicine.
Okay, Sarah, we'll be here. Okay.
So all the Minnesota locals pretty upset on the Timberwolves basically no show.
You know what? It's over and done. Who cares? Season's over. Move on. There are people that are still upset about it, but you didn't expect the Wolves team to get this far. So be happy with this far because it's the Wolves, but the season's over. Move on.
I think they're now in shape to follow the Vikings' time-honored tradition of showing up for the conference championship game once a decade.
Yeah. I mean, only one left now is it's been what? How many years for the Wild? Like, 20 years for the Wild since they won their in the conference finals and lost.
So if the Vikings end up starting Reisner, does that mean they don't plan on running the ball much again? I mean, really. I mean, that's.
I see what you did there.
It's an honest question. It's an honest question.
They're going to have to run the ball because if they don't, they're going to hear about it from Aaron Jones, and he's going to be vocal. If you thought Dalvin Cook was vocal, Aaron Jones is going to be 10 times vocal if you do not let him run the football.
Yeah, but they'll just let him go. See ya.
Maybe Reisner worked on his run blocking the last 3 months.
And maybe I lost weight here within the last month. That's been Reisner's.
I just wanted to put that out there because of what I heard they were basically moving on from him, giving Brandel a shot. I'm like, okay. And then when they bring Reisner back, I'm like,
you notice though they said that, and then OTAs happened, minicamp happened, and then they signed Reisner.
Well, then okay. So here's my thing: why are you sending Wes Phillips out there to tell everybody that Brandel's the man?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Brandel was probably the man, and then they saw him play, and they're like, "Well, we need to get Reisner back in."
Then why did you go out there and say he? I mean, what, you gonna change the story in a week? I mean, you know if this guy's ready or not. You know he's ready or not just by looking at him the first day. Yeah. And if it takes you that long to figure out personnel, what the hell are you doing in football?
I mean, obviously, I think Reisner thought he was going to get a big payday from somebody else. Nobody else wanted him.
Reisner can't run block. That's his biggest problem.
Yeah?
He can't run block. And that's.
I'm just mad Juergens didn't pan out.
Is Juergens going to play guard or center?
I don't know. I don't care. He looked terrible to me.
Did he?
Oh, my God.
Because he needs.
What, OTAs? He looked terrible?
If worse comes to worse,
his college tape, for what I could find.
If worse comes to worse, then Feeney's going to play center. You can't keep Bradbury. You just can't.
You're going to.
And I don't know why. Because
he was a number one pick. They're going to end up keeping Sean. You watch. Not going to get on him.
Well, Sean and Booth are both on the trading block. So you could probably get something.
You could trade for him, a kicking tee? I mean, Jesus Christ.
You could get a 6th rounder for Booth. And considering the Vikings ain't got no draft choices next year, do it. You're not going to get anything. You're not going to get anything for Sean that I can think of.
No, word's out that he can't. He just can't grasp defenses.
He freelanced so much in college that he just can't. He's not disciplined. So. And
he's got a terrible anime list. I'm just going to throw it out there. Terrible anime list. When he listed that anime list, I said, hold on. When I was thinking about going to the Vegas game, I was like, if I make it to the team hotel and I see that young man in the lobby, I'm going to be like, come here. Let's talk. All right, it's Goblin Slayer, then it's Vinland Saga. Get rid of this other stuff you're talking about.
I don't know what that is.
Oh my god.
But so, what do you guys expect from Darnold this year?
He starts probably up until the bye week.
What if he's doing well?
I'll be amazed.
If he does well,
I think I to be honest with you, I don't think it matters.
They might end up starting JJ week 1.
Yeah, I think even if
that's a mistake.
Even if Darnold is playing well,
Skull George.
If McCarthy hits all his quote unquote benchmarks that they set it for him, I think McCarthy starts anyway. Because the players and stuff at the practice are going to be like, man, we got to start this kid. Darnold's playing well, but we got to start this kid.
What does $10 million a year mean? I mean, if he were, I don't even know, like, if is that really even like bridge money?
No.
That's like high-end backup money, ain't it?
Yeah.
Not even high-end backup money.
Not even high-end. Depending on the name you're going, it's all by name now. And you look at his stats. I mean, Darnold played with some pretty bad offenses.
Yeah.
Did he contribute to that?
People talk about him playing at the Patriots.
Well, yeah, he didn't have the proper coach. I mean, New York is a dumpster fire.
So the Patriots, the Panthers are even worse.
Yeah. I mean, it's just, and does he have it? Who knows? I mean, you want to.
They said he looked all right in San Francisco. I mean, they weren't going to start.
Well, if Purdy falls off the cliff, which is a possibility, they're probably going to wish they had Darnold. Who's backing up Purdy this year?
Sure.
Isn't it Dobbs?
Did Dobbs go to the Niners?
That's nice for him.
Wow. That's pretty bad when nobody knows who's backing up Purdy in San Francisco, which means if Purdy goes down, San Francisco is screwed.
See if we can get a fourth rounder for Darnold to him.
Okay, thank you. McCarthy.
Yeah, so I was right. It was.
Yep, Dobbs is in. Dobbs is in San Francisco. Well, Purdy's looking for a payday too, so.
So you don't think no matter how well Darnold plays, even if he plays,
I mean, if Darnold is playing,
not going to
if Darnold is playing like Tom Brady and the Vikings are like 12 and the Vikings are like 7-2 and they only lost their 2 games by like a point on like a last-second field goal by the other team, and they're like first place in the NFC, then no. But if the Vikings are 4-4, Darnold's playing good but not great. I think if JJ hits all his markers that they say, I think JJ becomes a starter.
So, hypothetical question, probably way out of the realm of possibility. Let's say Darnold has a top 5 quarterback season, wins 1 or 2 playoff games. Do you have a quarterback competition?
Nah, he'll sign for $20 million somewhere else.
Yeah, somebody will break the bank for him, and we'll sign.
So we'll just get rid of a top 5 QB and chance on a rookie.
Well, how many QBs have had those 1 good years and then they get their big payday and then they suck afterwards? That would probably be Darnold.
Scott Mitchell.
Case Keenum.
Oh, you went there. You went there, Tom.
Scott Mitchell is probably the number one. Him and Matt Flynn.
And you know what? Denny Green wanted Scott Mitchell so bad. He was ready to break the bank for Mitchell.
He probably wouldn't have sucked for us, though.
Jim Plunkett was pretty bad for a while.
Plunkett. Here's the thing with Plunkett. He wasn't even a starter with the Raiders. It was Dan Pastorini.
Yeah, but I mean, he ended up,
But he
remember him as Super Bowl.
But I mean, it was the Raiders. I mean, that Raider team, the way those Raiders were, if you weren't physical with them, you were going to get your ass kicked.
But wasn't Plunkett real great in college?
Oh yeah, he won the Heisman.
Yeah,
he won the Heisman. Then he went to New England, and
Grogan must beat him out, right?
Grogan beat him out in '76. And that was when Fairbanks decided to go with Grogan, and they traded Jim to San Francisco.
He started there, I think, didn't he?
He started in San Francisco, but then they benched him, and they started Scott Bull. But they also had 2,000-yard running backs, Wilbur Jackson and Delvin Williams. And then whoever was the GM of that team, he tore down that Niners team. He got rid of both Plunkett and Delvin Williams. I forget who they had. They had Gene Washington as wide receiver, the other Gene Washington.
He was one of their stars.
Yeah, he was one of their stars, but he was at the tail end of his career, and then he retired. But yeah, he went to the Raiders, and it was a perfect situation for him. And now this is a weird one. Why isn't Plunkett in the Hall of Fame?
Well, I like comparing Plunkett to Darnold. I mean, everybody's saying J.J. McCarthy's in a perfect situation. He's got all the tools around him. Great offense. Well, the same could be said for Sam Darnold.
Okay, now
Jim Plunkett's story. He's on a good team now with good offense.
Here's my thing with the Vikings. Now, this is what I want to know. If this offense falters, doesn't matter who the quarterback is, when does the heat go on KLC?
Well, if this offense falters with JJ starting, you can sell, the top 10 excuse t-shirts, because there's going to be JJ McCarthy fans, Bishop fans making up every excuse under the sun why it's not his fault. And I think the first one's going to get blamed is KLC, which may be rightfully so.
I mean, does it bother anybody that this is the first time KLC's called plays in his whole NFL coaching career?
Have you ever seen my YouTube at the VAR? I got a picture of KLC with Ross.
I mean, this is just...
I'm not a fan of him. I'm not a fan of him.
We actually kind of had this conversation last night. We were talking about our confidence in KOC and Kwesi.
Mm-hmm.
And, the talk about he knows how to build a Super Bowl winning because he was with whoever. KOC didn't call plays. I mean, I posed the question, let's say if the Vikings lucked out and won a Super Bowl this year, would we all be talking about Wes Phillips knows how to build a winning Super Bowl team and he should be like this unreproachable head coach?
I've been asking the last 2 years, what did he do in Los Angeles? What did he actually do as an offensive coordinator?
Well, usually when an offensive coordinator is called the offensive coordinator, but the head coach calls the play, the offensive coordinator usually gets the game plan together for how they're going to attack the defense because the head coach is everywhere. That's usually what an offensive coordinator does.
He didn't even do that with the Rams. That was all McVay.
Well, yeah, but catch. That makes sense because I've always said the one thing it seems like KLC's good at is like the first possession scripted plays.
Yeah.
They look good on that, and then after that, he has no imagination, and he can't change on the fly, and especially second half, they just get dominated because other coaches, make adjustments. He's really bad at in-game adjustments. I think he's terrible at it.
And that could be, I mean, now this year, this is his team. This is his team. If he's going to open up that playbook for McCarthy, now's the time to do it. But he's got to show improvement in play calling and game management. He's got to do that for me. Don't put pressure on that defense.
Well, and they say too is the Vikings offense is the hardest offense in the league to learn. So, will McCarthy be ready?
If it's,
will he have
they say it's the hardest. Did they say it's the hardest to grasp or learn or whatever?
Yeah, the hard. It's like the most complicated playbook.
Okay, if you're a head coach and this is known, why don't you dumb it down?
Because I think he's kind of arrogant.
That's problem number one. Then
I think he's bought into all the press about he's some offensive genius.
He believes his own hype.
Yeah.
He believes his own hype, and just by watching his last few games he's done and been here, okay, granted, I'm going to say it. I don't care who I piss off. The Vikings were lucky to win 13 games in 2022.
Yeah, because he couldn't. He's got an arrogance about him. Like, okay, we scored 17 points in the first,
we scored 17
12 minutes
in the first.
I'm not changing. I'm not going to change, even though the defense has changed. I'm going to continue throwing the ball and not run it, and they let these teams back.
Well, they play good the first 10 minutes of the game, jump out to a lead, and then disappear for damn near 2.5 quarters.
Because of adjustment. That's my theory.
It's just you can't do that and be. It's not a winning formula.
You got to be able to run the ball with the lead.
You got to be able to run the ball. Period. No matter what the NFL says or what these coaches all say, throw. You still have to run the damn football. It's part of football. It's just he's got a lot to show me. He's got a lot to show me. So we'll see what happens. But his play calling, he's got to work on his play calling, game management. Bottom line, this is his team now. He has no excuses. Every player his team.
Another question I have for you guys is, how concerned are you, scale of 1 to 10, with Brian O'Neill starting to drop off?
With who?
Injuries piling up. Brian O'Neill.
I'm not at all.
Trade him.
Yeah, he's what, 30?
He didn't have that great of a year last year.
Okay, from personal experience, when you come off an Achilles injury, that's a bitch. Even with the way medicine is now, they come back sooner, but you still need that time to heal.
That's why I'm not really worried.
Yeah.
So expect him to be back to his normal self this year?
No, he'll be okay. He'll be salvageable, but
he'll never be what he was. But he'll still be considered a top tackle. His tackles aren't very good right now.
Here's my thing: can this team fix the interior of the offensive line?
They did. They signed Reisner. Problem solved.
Catch, can you mute yourself? I mean, if you're running it back with the same three, even if you throw Brandel in there, we don't know what Brandel can do.
I've been hearing that was a great signing by Kwesi.
Which one?
Didn't Reisner back?
Reisner had no other options. Let's be real.
Exactly.
Nobody was banging down doors to sign Reisner.
Yeah, but his contract, I heard, is mostly it's mostly incentives. So
yeah, he did. His is a base big time incentive contract. So he's got to meet a bunch of incentives. I'd love to see what those incentives are.
We got a rumor about Fish.
It's a lie. Lies. That is Keith Hansen. By the way, y'all, I don't know if you noticed, but we finally got a Let's Scold YouTube up. That's Keith Hansen right there trying to get me get my blood pressure up a little bit. I've been saying it for a while now. Brian O'Neill was a 7 that looked like a 10 because he was playing next to a bunch of 3s.
Yeah.
Now that there's a couple of other 8s and 9s maybe on the offensive line, he's starting to look like a 7.
And don't forget, they drafted that big kid out of Oklahoma.
Well, with Quasey loves that guy. You see his reaction from the draft video.
You mean Roos or Rouse or
Rouse.
whatever?
Rouse, yeah, he's a natural right tackle too.
Huh?
Yeah,
I'm just a little concerned with O'Neal. His injuries are piling up. Seeing his, but I agree with you too. When you have 2 lumps of crap and a walnut, it doesn't make a walnut look like a diamond because you got 2 lumps of crap.
Yeah.
2 lumps of coal and a marshmallow.
It's still a walnut.
I tell you what, Roush didn't look great trying to pull. He doesn't look great. He didn't look great in his tape trying to pull, but just setting up and pass blocking, and even run blocking, he looks pretty good. Just don't try to get him to come around the end.
Here in Addison's looking really good in OTAs.
Addison, to be honest, on other teams would probably be a 1. He'd be a number 1.
He's buffed up.
Kid can play. So
that's good. If he bulked up, that's good.
Well, can y'all please tell Cody that? Because Cody swears Addison couldn't get open last year, and Cody's always wrong about everything. So y'all need to tell him he's wrong about that.
Oh, he's wrong.
He should come on and defend himself unless he's chicken.
He can get open. He can get
open. I know. I got to mess with Cody. He's my boy.
So it's now, okay. How long is it going to take for the Vikings to pay JJ?
Usual contract extensions are usually the 27th, around the 27th of July is what they say with Vikings extensions.
I think the whole thing now is that the Vikings waited so long. You're seeing other teams just paying 3-year contracts. They don't want to pay those 5 years to the receivers. And I think it might be
the Vikings should have re-signed JJ last year because that price has gone up.
Amen.
I think it might be the years now is holding up kind of. JJ might want 5. The Vikings only want to give 3.
How many games did
that seems to be the thing now that they're only signing receivers.
Well, he missed. I think JJ missed 6 games last year, but I think if the Vikings were better, I think he would have missed his minute.
But here's another thing too. This is what people keep missing. In today's football, what you used to pay running backs, you're now paying wide receivers.
Mm-hmm.
Receivers are a dime a dozen. So guess what? JJ's top of the game right now. There's going to be another one coming out of college or wherever. It's going to be better than him.
Every year. Well, look at what guys have done. Okay, people ran and raved about Jefferson's rookie year. Since then, I think there's been about 3 or 4 people who's had better rookie year, and that's only 4 years ago.
It's the receiver position now. It's oversaturated because of the way the NFL is, because of what football is.
Well, and college too.
In college too. It's high school too. It's really bad.
High school too. These kids are coming to the NFL, polished route runners. They know how to run all the routes. I mean, they're getting the passes in college. They're coming in day one, ready to pair up. There's no, they're all coming in ready to hit.
And don't be
before in the NFL, a rookie may be able to tolerate the speed of the game. He may know this, he may know that. But the first time that he went over the middle, got hit by like a Urlacher, he was like, "Oh shit, I'm playing against mid now." That's pretty much sticking out of the game.
These are gone, catch.
Yeah, that's pretty much sticking out of the game now.
These guys will sit in the middle of the field, and if you even look at them, you're going to get flagged. Let's be honest.
I mean, but these kids are coming
cookie cutter too.
Yeah,
like 30 years ago, the top drafted receiver in the draft, might have caught like 40 balls in college, maybe 50. Now these kids, everybody's catching 50, 60 balls. I mean, they're just so much more polished.
That's also because the college teams are playing a spread offense now. Just all of them are air raid offenses. 10, 15 years ago, there was this, a running attack. They make a big deal out of a QB that can run a pro system where he actually lines up under center and hands the ball off.
Done making the ruckus out there?
So, yeah, I mean.
Because it's getting to the point now where a lot of these college quarterbacks can't play under center.
Can't get in a huddle and call a play.
Can't get in a huddle and call a play is another. Yes. Everything is like on the fly. They can't do anything on the fly. They just can't.
That's why I was kind of big on my top two realistic prospects were Penix and McCarthy. And basically for those reasons, for what they were doing, how they were playing.
Oh, okay.
Well, and I think that was the Vikings' choices too. They had Penix and McCarthy as 1A, 1B, and as long as they were both still on the board, they didn't feel like they had to move up at all because they were going to get one of them. And as soon as Atlanta took Penix, they moved up and got McCarthy.
And
we're about to get a disagreement here.
I am hearing some things out of Atlanta. Oh Lord.
I'm not saying right. I think they would have been happy with both of them. That's why they didn't.
What are you hearing out of Atlanta, buddy?
Here's the thing in Atlanta. Be prepared to hear the Kirk Wine Fest because he's getting paid guaranteed money this year, but if he sucks, his ass is on the bench.
Ain't that
Are you saying that Michael Penix looks ready?
They're yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Ain't that a problem?
Yeah, that's I've already told my girl Trish I'm here to listen and she can vent on me and pay me back for those 6 years she had to listen to me vent about Kirk, but
all I know is that he's the most expensive bridge quarterback in history.
And here's my thing. Here's my whole thing about the former guy. What was it about his quarterback set that made you automatically think Super Bowl quarterback?
I have no idea. You know what I don't get though is how when he was with the Vikings, everybody was just like, "Oh, they're not going to go anywhere with Kirk." And the minute he leaves to Atlanta, they're Super Bowl contenders.
That's because they're in a weak division. They're in the NFC South.
Well, Tony, to answer your question about that is I just think in today's day and age, fans and the media are way too stat-driven. That's all they are consumed with because of fantasy football and all that. And Kirk always put up good stats.
Yeah, that's called analytics, which is a joke.
I think he was a professional quarterback where, no, he's not going to carry a team, but a few of the right elements around him and you stand a chance. But do I think that he was the guy? Nah.
He was never the guy.
He will never win a Super Bowl. I don't know what.
Well, there's a lot of quarterbacks that are never going to win a Super Bowl. There's a lot of quarterbacks out there. Ain't that the bottom line?
He just doesn't have that it factor. He doesn't have that killer instinct.
Well, the thing that turned me off is I didn't realize this until last year that he took Tuesdays off always. To me, that said a lot about him.
And I don't know how that's going to work in Atlanta. They haven't talked about that yet.
Now they gone and piss him off. He really ain't going to come in on Tuesdays.
Well, you need your team leader.
And Kirk don't care. He's getting paid.
I bet you McCarthy will go in on Tuesdays.
McCarthy goes in every day.
Yeah.
He better be. He's a rookie.
Well, he's just got a different attitude. He's a gamer. He's in it for the long haul. He wants to win.
Hey Keith, I'll drop the link if you want to come on.
He's gonna experience growing pains. They all do.
I'm not getting too excited about it. He was the 5th quarterback taken. That's the bottom line, and there's a lot of there's a lot of
ifs that don't matter because JJ was the 5th receiver taken.
There's still a lot of ifs out there. I'm not gonna get all excited and say this kid's gonna take us to the Super Bowl without even seeing him take a snap in the NFL. There's been a lot of great quarterbacks who did great in college and failed in the NFL.
Put it this way. I put it this way. I don't have us in the Super Bowl, but we're not weighted down by an overpaid, over 30 average quarterback.
And if after 4 years it doesn't work out, you cut bait.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So are you excited about Dallas Turner, though?
I'm more excited about Dallas Turner than I am.
Defensive ends are less of a bust than QBs are.
I'm also a defensive guy, so I'm all in on the defense.
I don't know. I like the fact that they're both 21. They're both so young that.
Here, okay.
The Vikings went from one of the oldest teams to one of the youngest teams in the offseason.
Yeah, real quick. Is it just me, or I just can't get used to these linebackers and D linemen wearing numbers in the teens?
Yeah, it's just.
I'm used to it from college. So
I'm used to my linebackers wearing 55 or 50s or 90s or something. This whole wearing 15, I'm sorry, this ain't basketball.
Or 0.
Or 0. Oh, God, don't get me started on 0.
I'm used to the 80s being a receiver, and I'm like, wait a minute.
Yeah, to me, it just kind of the aesthetics, and plus nowadays players don't look like football players.
I will tell you something that Keith really does love, though. He loves the different font on the 22 for Harrison Smith. He loves it. It's one of his favorites.
I haven't even noticed.
The first 2 doesn't have the first 2 is just a regular 2, whereas the second 2 kind of has
got that wing thing on there.
Yeah.
On the second,
he gonna cuss me out.
Yeah.
Are you gonna make me Google this?
You need to see it, buddy. Once you see it, once you see it, you're gonna be like, "Damn."
Oh, you guys!
I don't know.
No wonder he was getting thrown out of games.
He's really immersed himself into the community and I don't know. He's just brought kind of a new, fresh, young vibe to the team that we didn't have before with Kirk.
Yeah, it's Kirk was a little standoffish. He was hold on.
Kirk
Damn it, you guys see what you guys made me do? I'm Googling friggin' Harrison Smith's jersey.
Oh, here's what I was I'm asking you guys.
Sorry.
Who out of these 4 guys, who would you have liked to see as a Viking head coach? Tomlin, Carroll, Belichick, or Billick, or Dungy? I like Dungy.
I'm gonna go Dungy.
Carroll had a shot and he lost out to Denny. It came down to Carroll and Denny, but what happened was Carroll would have been a holdover from Grant and Burns. They wanted to go in another direction. That's why they hired Denny. I'm gonna say Dungy. Yeah. Dungy.
I would love to have him as GM. Dungy was a great coach, yeah.
And here's the other thing I like about McCarthy, because he played under Harbaugh, and you know how hard of an ass Harbaugh is, that I feel like, McCarthy's not going to be like a Kirk, where Kirk is sensitive, and you have to
Yeah, we saw this. We saw that I think the whole country saw that sensitivity when they drafted Penix.
Yeah, where McCarthy has that toughness to him because he was coached by Harbaugh, who is a tough ass.
Well, he's going to a team now that the coach is never going to yell at him.
Unfortunately, the Vikings coddled Kirk. They coddled him. And
I don't think this head coach we have coddles everybody.
No, they just coddled Kirk. I don't know what to make of KLC as a head coach.
I don't know, man. I'm going to disagree with that a little bit, buddy. I think Zimmer neglected him. He didn't coddle him.
Well, Zimmer didn't neglect him. Zimmer knew he was going to lose his job.
Zimmer didn't neglect him. He just hated him.
Yeah, I mean, but once they got KLC, where KLC kind of, but front office wise, they coddled him.
No, but I mean, if like how all his players voted him as because he was the next top ranked coach after Andy Reid from how his players rated him. So he has to have a grasp of his players being all on the same team to want to play for him and run through a wall for him in order for them to give him that kind of a grade. So I mean, whatever he's doing is working, so I don't care.
Oh, KLC.
I don't think all the players like playing for KLC. Wasn't there reports last year the locker room was kind of getting split?
There was. I was told
losing will do that to you.
I was told in confidence not to say anything, but yeah, there was that whole locker
way to blow the confidence.
Well, and here's the thing: the worst thing that probably could have happened was him winning 13 games his first year.
Mm-hmm.
That was probably the worst thing that could have happened. But then to lose the playoff game the way you did, and to lose the games you did in the regular season the way you did, that should have told you what
kind of makes you wish that you wouldn't let Harbaugh walk out the building.
Well, KOC should have done what Zimmer did. KOC should have done to Donatel what Zimmer did to DiFilippo.
Yeah, cut bait.
Yeah.
He should have cut bait. Why he hung?
Or at least sat him down and say, "Listen, you do something else on defense, buddy, because this ain't working. I want to see blitz." And then, if it don't work, it's on me. But a head coach needed to step in that first year and say, "Listen, this shit ain't working."
Okay, can you guys help me out here? Mike Pettin is the assistant head coach. He was also defense coordinator in Green Bay. What the F is he doing with this team besides collecting a paycheck?
Why didn't he step in?
I want one.
That's my Fish. That's my question. You're a thief. You're running a 3-4 defense. You're a 3-4 coach. Why didn't you step in? Why didn't you make the move like Ketch said, cut bait with Donatel, and move up Pettin to run the defense? Why didn't you do that? Why did
Couldn't have been worse.
Well, I don't think they could have got worse. They were already dead last. Stat-wise, they were already dead last.
Donatel was truthful in his pregame with his weekly press conference when he said, "You want to see something from this defense you ain't seen before." Yeah, it was worse.
I honestly think Donatel knew with the defensive line and the defensive backs he had that year that he couldn't blitz.
That's not an excuse. Brian Flores didn't have much talent either. Look what he did.
Let's keep
but that defense fell off big time the second half.
Let's keep this in mind too. Donatel was really retired. He was going to do something with the Seahawks.
I thought you were going someplace else that are. I have the word from Tropic
Some
Thunder
French
in my
fried
mind.
taters. Mm-hmm.
I got that word. I got that line from Robert Downey Jr. in Thunder, and Tropic Thunder was talking to Ben Stiller.
Don't go full.
You never go full.
Mm-hmm.
But to me, the Vikings defense played really good first half of the season, and it caught up with them. I think the team second half figuring out the constant thing.
No, he just ran out of talent, man.
Here's the thing, though. Once teams get film on you, you got to learn how to adjust, and
which is why I don't think the Lions are going to be as good this year.
Right, and Flores didn't do a lot of adjustments either. So this year, though, we got some personnel on that defense that if he shakes things up the way that I'm hoping he does.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Yeah.
Those close games we lost last year, we might win this year. Might.
Yeah, there's a couple of those close games. The final drive they couldn't stop. They couldn't stop Tampa.
Now, here's my other problem with KOC too. Somebody please tell him that it's okay to win a game by more than 2 touchdowns.
Oh, that's institutional, buddy. Zimmer didn't do it neither. I don't think we've won a game by more than 2 touchdowns since '98. So that's institutional.
But that's play calling.
The last time they won a game by 2 touchdowns was I think it was the Seattle game when Seattle finally came to Minnesota.
Yeah.
You get a lead.
We won against Green Bay a couple years ago.
We beat Green Bay by 2 touchdowns.
I'm talking other than Green Bay.
You get a lead and you don't run the ball and continue to pass unless you're scoring on every possession. You're letting teams get back in the game.
Well, we also have an offensive coach that if the run game's working, he abandons it.
That might be a little difficult this year with Aaron Jones. Hopefully, Aaron Jones says we got to keep, as Adrian Peterson told Sean Payton on the sidelines in the Saints-Vikings game, we got to run the ball up their ass. Hopefully, that's what they do with Aaron Jones this year. I don't see it, but
I'm just going to tell you something. If he was relying on AP to run the ball, he'd have probably fumbled 3-4 times.
What up, Davey?
Hey, Davey, school buddy.
I mean, he was at the end there, so he's still looking for a payday, believe it or not.
So do you guys expect much from Hawkinson this year? Even if he comes back like
I don't expect to see Hawkinson until probably the 8th or 9th game of the year.
And he's not going to be full.
No, they pretty much already
100%.
said he's going to be out the first month of the season, definitely. So.
I expect him to run for 2,000 yards.
On what, Madden? Stratomatic?
I'm just saying they're throwing that timeline out like they did, like AP. He got his surgery 4 weeks after AP did, and he's coming back 4 weeks after AP did. And, I'm just saying.
Is this
he's going to run for 2,000 yards.
Is this pay Is this pay dirt, Stratomatic, Tudor electric football, ColecoVision? What is it?
AP was kind of a
what you want.
Oh, Tony, you talked about that football. Tony, you talked about that football game in the 70s. Was that called strategy to where a guy had all the defensive plays and the guy had all the offensive plays, and you'd put them together and you'd stick them in a thing and you'd hit like this football that went up and down? And was that the game you were talking about?
The NFL strategy that was put up by Tudor.
Was that like separate cards in the overlap?
Yeah,
that was a great game.
I had that one back in the day. I still have Stratomatic. I had the electronic football. I had the vibrating men football.
Oh my God! Yes.
I had like 16 teams of those painted men.
Didn't the box have like a football helmet on it with a bunch of plays going through like black box? Yeah, that was Strat. That was a great game.
That was
awesome.
Tudor, NFL strategy. I had a friend of mine remember Mattel's had that talking football. He had that. There's been so many football games.
Do you remember the old Atari one where you basically had 5 players on either side? You had like 4 on the line, one that's your quarterback, and you would individually assign each one on the line. You could like make them block down, block up, run for a pass, and then you would defense. Likewise, you were trying to match up how you assign the defensive players with the offense.
Yeah,
and you could run off one side of the screen and come back on the other. That was great stuff.
I remember we hit my friend's dad in the nuts with Super Toe. That football kicking game.
That kicking game, Super Toe.
Dropped him right to his knees. We hit him right in the nuts.
Do you guys remember that handheld game that had like the X? You had to move it from side to side to avoid getting tackled.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
I can't remember the name of it.
And it beeped all the time.
Yeah.
Mattel's. That was Mattel had it. Coleco had it. There was a bunch of them.
Yeah, there was knockoffs after the Mattel one. Yeah.
I had the Coleco. I had the Coleco one because you could throw on it. You could pass.
That was like late 70s, early 80s.
I think you're right, George. I think the first electronic football game was from Radio Shack.
Actually, the first electronic football game was.
What was that, Sarah?
First,
I was on a baseball podcast, and oh my God, you would not believe all that I called.
The first electronic football game technically was the Bible.
The party has just started, y'all.
Oh shit! Here we go.
Oh man! Let me tell you something. I was just about thinking about hanging this thing up, but I'm staying now. What's up, man?
What's the deal, my guy, Fish?
How you doing?
Man, I can't complain. I'm blessed.
Another day above ground is a blessing.
What up, TB and Cash, man? Where y'all been at?
I've been working a lot.
Working.
Oh, T-Bass on here?
Yeah, he's on here.
Oh, man, T-Bass been leaving crazy comments on all my videos, man.
Oh, well, man. You don't say crazy shit, and I won't leave crazy comments.
It'll be crazy.
No, I have seen your posts, Zoe. Yeah. I just haven't jumped on and left anything, but I have seen them. So
yeah, so let's talk. And I saw your video on this though. That stupid ass rumor that the Vikings were going to get Neighbors.
I don't believe that shit. That shit was fake. I don't know who made that shit.
Right.
That came from Florio.
No, it came. What's his name?
Florio. It was Florio.
So there's a Twin Cities reporter who says he has a contact in the Vikings organization. Who told him this?
Pelissero?
No.
What up, though, Barbara and George? What's
the old guy? The old guy.
Walter.
Charlie Walters.
It's Walter.
Yeah.
Charlie Walters.
That shit fake as fuck. I don't give a fuck who started. That shit was fake as hell.
Sarah, fix your mic. I can't hear you.
Now, her shit always be fucking up. The recession in Minnesota must be bad as hell.
Hey, you never know. Jefferson's camp might be putting out rumors like that.
Are you saying they had to cut back on the cell towers?
Man, damn.
But Catch, you never know. The Jefferson camp might be putting out rumors like that. You don't know in the contract.
To hurry up that contract. Shit, hurry that contract up.
Everybody else is getting paid except him, so it could be his camp. It could be anybody.
But he a big fish. Ain't no big fishes signed no contract yet. Them little fishes.
Yeah, he's a big fish with a child support problem.
Fishes is they do all need to pay child support, so yeah, they need that big pay raise. But But
I think they're hung up on the years now, because a lot of these guys are signing 3-year contracts now.
Well, okay, we got to look at it this way too. The Vikings just got out of a big contract with you know who. I don't know how quick they are to sign another huge contract for a player.
Well, they're going to have to sign Darrisaw real quick too.
I'd rather sign Darrisaw than Jefferson.
He ain't shit like old boy. Old boy wasn't worth the money at all. That was a bad fucking investment from the get go. Shit, the fuck.
Yeah,
he not even the top 5 best Viking quarterback we done had. Shit.
What'd you say, Zoe?
He not even the top 5 quarterback we had all fucking time. He got paid.
Jeff George, baby. Jeff George.
Next.
For real. The fuck was that? Rick Spielman lost his damn mind giving him that contract. I see why he ain't get another job.
Okay, so since you brought that up, who are the top 5 quarterback in Viking history? Since you
I want
to hear your history.
My list is Cole. Yeah. This ain't no order. My list is Culpepper. I got Farr. I got Case Keenum in there. I got Warren Moon.
Oh God.
Oh God. And I got shit, who else?
You know,
you're forgetting the best one.
You know, Zoe, I'm sorry, brother, but
Zoe, I'm looking at your list and
what?
I had to put you in timeout, man.
Dude.
Kirk ain't the list. All the quarterback did with Kirk. Hey, let me ask y'all a question. Besides the numbers,
okay.
What the fuck had Kirk Cousins done?
Dude, how can Case Keenum be on the list? That's embarrassing.
Who? No,
Case Keenum is not a top 5 Vikings quarterback.
So you forgot Fran Tarkington.
Oh, don't T-Bass, don't go there. He don't know Tarkenton.
He wasn't
Tommy Kramer.
He don't know Tommy Kramer.
I said I've been watching the Vikings.
Oh, okay.
Since I've been watching the Vikings. Even if you want to do old time, you can throw one of them in there. He still don't make the damn list. What the fuck had he done for the Vikings? Ain't a damn thing. I don't give a fuck about no 55, 6,000 passing yard, 55 touchdown, and 5 interceptions. I don't care about none of that. This man can't get past the wild card, man. I don't care about none of that.
I don't think Warren Moon won a playoff game.
Case Keenum has just as many playoff wins with the Vikings as Cousins does.
But Case went further. But Case went further than Kirk, right or wrong?
Right.
Because he started later in the playoffs. He started later in the playoffs. But what I'm saying, it doesn't really matter how many games.
Who got further in the playoff?
Hey, Zoe.
The Vikings didn't play the wild card.
Case Keenum still sends Christmas presents to that same safety.
Yeah.
Hey, T-Bass, you can say what you want, but I could bet my last. Hey, T-Bass, I bet my last bottom dollar Kirk Cousins went through that pass. I bet my last dollar on that bet.
You're probably right.
Yeah,
you're probably right.
Shit.
Yeah, you're probably.
I can agree with all Vikings fans. We ain't had no good years in 6 years since he's been the quarterback with the Vikings. No awesomeness. Like, hey, before we like, ooh, maybe we could win this year. We ain't feel none of that shit when Kirk was here. I ain't never think that shit.
I don't think we've had a complete all-around team that had a chance. A chance of saying we're the best team in the league all around since maybe the early 90s. That's how long it's been.
Technically,
shit,
since the 80s.
Yeah,
when Fire was here, we had.
I don't think younger fans, and I'm not even saying younger fans that are in their mid-30s and that, I don't think they've ever really seen a complete Viking. They've never seen one. They don't know what.
09 was a good team, but they were turnover prone.
Yeah, they kept on turning the ball over in that game. Everybody was fumbling that damn game and throwing interceptions.
Well, they had,
But 09 was a good squad. That was probably the last really good team the Vikings had.
Unfortunately, it was because they got Brett, and unfortunately, it was Childress's team. That's why I don't. That's why I don't, because I hate Brett Childress. I hate Brett Childress. I hated the uniforms. I
think the team was good in spite of.
So yeah, so it wasn't
Sidney Rice paid.
It wasn't a complete team because of the coach was so. I mean,
the only thing that made that team complete was Brett.
I mean, it wasn't the coach.
State ran it back with T-Jack.
I mean, I mean.
And the only reason why Brett was good was because he had to get revenge on the Packers.
Yeah, he would have been a Viking sooner if they hadn't put that poison pill in the contract. He would have came to Minnesota quicker.
Yeah, he would have never went to the Jets. He would have came straight to Minnesota.
Yeah, man, that's just crazy.
Hey, Catch, put up Selling's what you call it here?
You guys got the print? Go ahead.
A lot of that has to deal with, for the Chiefs game, the Chiefs just came out and overplayed them. Here's the deal. Chiefs and Raiders outplayed them. Dolphins, to a point, outplayed them. I do know from talking to Chuck Foreman personally, in 2 of the Super Bowls, the Vikings changed the offensive game plan from what got them to the Super Bowl. I think it was Pittsburgh and Oakland. And he never understood that. It was just, they weren't playing these sorry-ass teams. These were some of the greatest players walking the football field. But it's just a lot of it was coaching, and a lot of it was the guys, they just didn't rise to the occasion. Especially against Miami. Miami dominated us. If you ever watch the highlight from Super Bowl 8, it was pure domination. Alan Page even said it. When the Dolphins got up 14-0, he knew it was over.
Jonathan ran over them, around them, over them, through them.
Yeah, he knew it. Why they couldn't win the Super Bowl, that's the question that many of them are still asking to this day. Chuck Foreman still asks it. He's like, Chuck Foreman's still asking why he didn't get the ball at the 1-yard line against the Raiders. Why did you give the ball to McClanahan? He's still asking. This is 50 years later, damn near.
Sometimes you just don't.
Marshawn Lynch has entered the chat.
Who?
Yeah. Yeah, Marshawn.
It goes back to I know they won and everything, but the only Super Bowl Walter Payton played in, he never got a rushing touchdown. That's a travesty because they gave the ball to the refrigerator instead of giving it to Payton.
Matsui got 2 touchdowns.
Yeah.
But Walter was a class act. He didn't bitch at all. He was like, I got a Super Bowl ring after all these years.
We won.
We won a Super Bowl. Whereas now, if most players now, they would be like, why didn't I get the ball at
he was sharing a lot of times with Neil Anderson by then, too.
That was before Neil got there. Neil was drafted the year after they won the Super Bowl.
Was it? Okay. All right.
And it has done nothing to diminish his rankings in running back lore either.
No. I've got Walter.
No, I said Bear fans were mad about it.
They should have been.
Bear fans were, and I was living up there at the time. Bear fans were pissed about it.
Yeah, they should have been because Walter, if you're going to cap his career, and he was at the tail end of his career, you give him a Super Bowl touchdown.
You ask a lot of Bear fans back home. You mentioned Mike Ditka, and they'll say, fuck him. He didn't let Payton score. That's what they'll say.
Ditka kind of screwed up the Bears when he kept rotating quarterbacks. And especially in playoff games.
That's probably why they're hurt.
Yeah. He kept rotating quarterbacks. And, McMahon would get hurt all the time. You had Steve Fuller. Then you had Mike Tomczak. Then he drafted Harbaugh. Harbaugh was his guy until they played the Vikings up here in 92, and he threw that interception. And that play, that Todd Scott interception that was returned for
I was at that game. I was at that Monday night game.
That started the downfall of the Mike Ditka Bears.
I remember his press conference after that.
Yep.
This QB doesn't know more about football than me, and then he was gone.
That started the downfall of the.
I think he does first. I think Harbaugh does know more.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wasn't he responsible for that trade?
For the what?
He traded all their picks for that running. I said, wasn't Ditka responsible for that?
Yeah, Ditka traded all his picks.
Traded all of his picks for Ricky Williams.
Yep.
And then they did that picture in the fucking wedding dress and shit.
Oh God, yes.
And he had the dreadlocks.
Yeah.
Then he goes to Miami, and I think he was gonna get popped for failing a drug test. And I want to say he retired.
He was the first person to go into the dark room retreat, not Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Here's the thing: Ricky's still there.
Yeah, that's true.
Ricky's still there. Ricky made no bones about it. He smoked weed. He smokes weed on the regular, and he's happy about it.
Oh, did you guys a few episodes ago play that Gary Bird press conference where he's just cussing and stuff?
Yeah.
Have you guys ever heard it? It's on YouTube under Manager's Corner. Earl Weaver had to do a pre-game show with the Orioles announcer, and he didn't want to do it. He didn't want to do it and stuff. You guys have to listen to that sometimes. Just on YouTube, type in Manager's Corner. It is so funny. He's answering questions from fans and just dropping F-bombs and making fun of play. It's hilarious. It's called Manager's Corner. Earl Weaver was nuts.
Weaver and Martin were pretty. Both of them guys were
loose cannons.
They were loose cannons, yeah. I'm being nice when I say loose cannons. I mean, well, when Billy Martin was manager of the Twins, he got in a fight at the bar with the pitcher, punched him out. He
didn't back down to nobody. That little bastard wouldn't back down to nobody.
The Twins win. The Twins go to the playoffs. I think they got swept by the Orioles, and he was gone. He was gone after the season. But yeah, he went to a bar after a game, I believe, and he got in a fight with a Twins pitcher, and he knocked him out. I think it was it Dean Chance? I think it was, but he knocked him out. So
there it is, catch. Listen to this. This is hilarious.
Hi, everybody. This is Earl Weaver with Manager's
This is as loud as I can make it.
I have Tom Moore, Oriole broadcaster, back on the show. And I understand Tom's been getting some mail with questions that supposedly I can answer. Now, what the fuck are some of these goddamn questions, Tom?
Well, first of all, Earl, George Moore from Baltimore said how much we feel the loss of Don Stanhouse.
Well, Don Stanhouse was an asshole. He had us in trouble, had the fucking bases loaded. God damn it, almost every fucking time he went out there. He liked to ruin my health, smoking cigarettes, and thank God we got Jimmy Stoddard coming in out the bullpen right now, sticking a bat up their ass. And that's what it takes.
Well, Bill Whitehouse, Earl, that certainly is an answer from Frederick there. I wanted to know why you and the Orioles don't go out and get some more team speed.
Team speed, for Christ's sake. You get fucking goddamn little fleas on the fucking bases, getting picked off, trying to steal, getting thrown out, taking runs away from you. You get them big cocksuckers that hit the fucking ball out the ballpark and you can't make any goddamn mistake.
Could you imagine Rocco Baldelli saying that?
Rocco's too nice. He's way too nice. Most of these managers, even the coaches, very few of them will be off the cuff swear. I mean, the coach for Denver did for the NBA, and I think he got reprimanded for it. You're never going to see NFL coaches do it. Everybody's just like They're all like McMichael, the Miami coach, KFC. They're just civil. You know, say the team sucks.
Playoffs.
You're not going to have a Jimmy Burns.
The end of that talk show, Weaver goes, well, that's about all for the F questions. Go F yourself and F this show. That was it. I guess he got a lot of.
Yeah, I mean, you're just not going to have that. Everything's so kind of stale.
I guess that was a tape radio show, and they never actually aired it, but somebody found it in the archive. You know, they saved the tape. But, you know, they're like, we can't broadcast.
Yeah, it was bad audio. It was the loudest I could make it. It was the best one I could find.
Oh, it's funny. Just watch it sometime. It's hilarious.
Hey, Catch, can you do me a favor? Could you post a link one more time? Cody wants to get on with this.
Oh, sure.
Thanks, sir.
No, there's not really any hot-headed coaches anymore that go to a press conference. I would think the last one was Belichick.
The last one to be like that, you mean that way in press conferences where they swore?
Belichick would get pretty pissed off, wouldn't he?
Yeah, but Belichick was a senior guy. Was a senior. I mean, he's won 6 Super Bowls, 7 Super Bowls. What are you going to say to him? He's going to say what he wants.
Language.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
I mean, Zimmer was crotchety. He had to reserve himself to keep from getting fined. But coach, like, I'm sure the coaches today, they have to be reserved because they don't talk like that to their players. They don't.
I don't even think they cuss at players.
They don't talk like that. Guess what? The inmates run the asylum. So if you had a player that was old school that went into like today's locker room, these freaking players would curl up in a corner and bawl their eyes out talking about the coach was mean to me. I need a hug.
Well, did you hear what they're trying to do now? They're trying to get rid of all the mini caps and all the OTAs.
Yeah, because if they go to 18 games, they want everybody to start. They want like that, what you call it off, and then everything ramps up in June, which honestly, that's the way it was back in the day. You didn't have all these OTAs and mini camps.
Well, they want to do it before the 18 games. They want to start it next year.
Yeah, that's when they want to put in 18 games.
No, Bud Grant said, you show up to training camp in shape. I'm not wasting time getting you guys in shape.
Yeah.
If you're not in shape, I'm cutting you.
Hey, here's the thing. Bud Grant, for years, the Vikings were notoriously the last team to ever start training camp.
Exactly, because he was like, you don't come to camp, get in shape. You be in shape.
Yeah.
So I'm not going to waste my time on it.
And Bud hated training camp. He hated training camp himself. He'd have rather been hunting or fishing.
What up, Fred Couples? How you doing, buddy?
Hey, what's going on?
What's going on with you?
What's going on? What are you guys talking about?
Anything and everything.
It's Friday night, so Friday night is we talk about anything. It doesn't have to be Vikings. It could be anything.
It's a free-for-all.
You guys talk about those wolves choking like Minnesota does all the time for some fucking reason? Sorry, I cussed on your podcast.
It's a Minnesota thing.
If you look at, we have the explicit.
We got the warning up, so yeah, you can swear, but it's a Minnesota thing. Oh, but hey, actually, the ones that did win a championship are the women's pro hockey team.
WNBA team.
They won the championship.
The inaugural
championship.
Mm-hmm.
So,
I don't like the fact that the teams don't have names. But.
When's the last time the Twins won a World Series?
91. Birthday. If it involves a whistle, Minnesota don't win a championship.
It seems like that.
It does, doesn't it?
It's kind of weird. I don't consider 91 a long time ago, but I know.
Trust me.
That's over 20 years.
20 years old.
They won when they won that. Put it this way: they won the '87 championship on my 21st birthday. I actually worked at the Metrodome then, and they won in '91, 2 days after my 25th birthday. I'm 57 now. It's been a
yeah, I know, Tony, but you're the same age as me. I just don't consider the 90s 30 years.
Well, that's like there was a poll. Somebody, if you're on Twitter, X, somebody had a poll today. What's the most heartbreaking Vikings loss? And they had 98, 09, 17. They had another one too, and I forget which one it was.
Probably the Blair Walsh kick.
And the Blair Walsh game. And I had to put strong Minnesota fan, none of the above.
75 and 98 were the worst.
Yeah. I mean, put it this way. It sucks losing 4 Super Bowls. Mm-hmm. But the most heartbreaking, definitely 75.
What about 2000, where we had the number 1 offense and we were held to 0 points?
Yeah, did you see that? Did you see that defense we were putting on the field that year?
I don't think Robert Smith saw his playbook. I thought he just left it behind and someone picked it up.
I don't know how you let Kerry Collins go out there and look like friggin' Y.A. Tittle.
How do you let Cooper Rush look like he's Joe Montana?
It's just we just have those Minnesota moments where
it's Joe Montana, not Montana.
That's the thing. Those late '90s teams with Moss and Carter, our defense is terrible.
The defense was garbage.
Yeah.
That defense. When your main pass rusher is John Randall, and he's getting double and triple teamed every game, and you have nobody to help him out. That's not good. Not good.
And like Chris Hovan, you better take his name out your mouth.
Who? What about Chris Hovan?
I'm kidding, man. it's my joke, man. Only like Jeff George and
only thing he did right was paint his face. Anything after that, shit, yeah, right.
That's like the '98 championship game.
You can't make fun of a ginger like that, Tony.
I can make fun of anybody I want to make fun of. Give a fuck. He sucked as a defensive lineman. Only thing he did cool was start a fight with Brett Favre. That's it. He probably would have got his ass kicked, but at least he tried. Here's the thing with Denny. As great as an offensive mind as Denny was, he let the defense that he was inherited go to hell. And then when you lose Dolman, you lose Thomas, you lose Noga, you lose Mary, and then Dungy leaves, and then you give it to Foge Fazio, and then you draft Derek Alexander over Warren Sapp. Yep. You move Eddie McDaniel, who's already small, the middle linebacker, where he gets run over every play. Dwayne Rudd, who was a head case.
Remember that game that he got? Didn't he cost us that game because he took his helmet off?
That was Cleveland.
Yeah, it was
Cleveland. Yeah, he cost. I went to a game. We played the Packers in 2000 at the Dome. He didn't make a tackle. Literally, did not make a tackle. He just stood the dude up, and the dude ran around him like he was nothing. And I'm like, why didn't you tackle him, fool?
How do you guys feel about, like, we had some good defense coordinators move on to head coaches, right? We went from Billick.
Yes, we are live.
Billick to Dungy to Tomlin, and they left, right? And they got their Super Bowls, right?
Carroll.
About Brian Flores.
Carroll we had.
If Brian Flores leaves, like, where does that put us? Because
we're forgetting Buddy Ryan.
Yeah, Buddy Ryan too. Yeah,
he would.
Pete Carroll.
Yeah, Pete Carroll.
Buddy Ryan.
Like, it seems like we when we start to have a really good defense, we have a really good defensive coordinator. They pop smoke, and then we're just in like turmoil for like the next 5 years. And
well, the main reason Tomlin walked because they had just got Childress, And the Wilfs were like having this is our guy. He's we've got our triangle of authority. He's in charge. We're gonna roll with him. So they weren't gonna keep Tomlin.
I heard the only reason the Vikings hired Tomlin was because Tony Dungy still had ties with the Vikings. After Tony Dungy got fired from Tampa, Tomlin was the special teams coach, and called up, I guess, a place that, hey, take a look at him. He's young, Vikings went out and got him.
For me, Tomlin came out of nowhere. I mean, he was just all
a lot of it was because of Dungy.
You know,
I heard when Dungy got fired from Tampa, he told the owner, "You can let go of all my coaching staff, but if you let go of that kid, that's how much I thought it."
And here's the thing too, and this I will say this: Tampa Bay won that Super Bowl with Dungy's team.
100%.
Hell yeah.
McCarthy, not McCarthy. Gruden didn't do a damn. Gruden beat his team in the Super Bowl because that Raiders team was a team that Gruden put together.
And Callahan was the coach.
You know, and then wait a minute? Didn't the Raiders center go AWOL or something before the game?
Yeah, he was out.
Barrett Robbins.
Barrett Robbins, he went AWOL.
Yeah, they couldn't find.
You know, so I'm kind of like, to me, I was never impressed with John Gruden. Never have been.
No, a lot of the Tampa players said, after the Super Bowl, this was done. They didn't even credit them.
Put it this way: you got to have damn good defenses if you win a Super Bowl with Trent Dilfer, and you win a Super Bowl with Brad Johnson. I'm sorry,
why couldn't we win a Super Bowl with Brad Johnson?
Anyway.
Well, the funny thing is, Brad Johnson never started a game in college.
No, he wasn't even supposed to start a game with the pros. He was just going to take up roster space when we drafted him.
Yeah. Charlie Ward's back up at Florida State.
All right, guys. Yeah. We got nephew in the house.
Because when we drafted when we drafted him, we had Rich Gannon and we had Sean Salisbury.
So I dropped a link in the chat if anybody wants to join.
So I mean, it's with the coaches, hard to say.
That's kind of like Minnesota's a stepping stone to further on.
The thing though, they also get front offices that put the pieces in places for them to win a championship. For some reason, we'll put the pieces in place. We'll take 2 steps forward, but then we'll take 3 steps back for some reason. It's hard to figure out.
I think
speaking of step forward, y'all see that like 18-minute video, the behind the scenes video of our draft room?
Yeah.
Focused around like the interactions between Kwesi and Kevin O'Connell and all that.
Yeah, I saw it.
Would you say that Kwesi's kind of taken that step forward and really took command of it this year?
All right, back guys. I would say yes.
I say yes, but I also say yes because he didn't have an albatross around his neck known as you know who. So here's what Viking management is doing. You can see it. They're now giving Kwesi that control. If this doesn't work out, Kwesi's out the door. There's your fall guy. And Kwesi's going to be replaced by, I keep forgetting his name. The guy they got now, he was with the Colts. He's with the Vikings right now.
Guy that destroyed the Colts team?
The guy that destroyed the Colts is with the Vikings.
Irsay?
No. There was he's the reason that Luck retired. I forget his name. Right after, and see, I've been away from football. I forgot him. I forgot his name, but he's the next to step in line if it fails for Kwesi. So, and now here's the thing with Kwesi. Kwesi doesn't know football. Kwesi's an analytics guy. But I got a thing from a person I know in the NFL. He's telling me most of your people that work in NFL front offices now don't know football, but they know analytics. So that's why Pro Football Focus is such a vocal point for a lot of these teams, because the people running Gregson, that's his name, Gregson. Thanks, D Woods. Ryan Grigson. Because these people don't know football, they need some kind of metric to grade these players on, and Pro Football Focus gives it to them. So they take it as religion. But anybody that knows football, put it this way. The ratings that they were giving Garrett Bradbury last year during games is like the highest rated Viking offensive lineman. I'm looking at that. I'm like, what fucking game were y'all watching?
Yeah, didn't he score like a 19?
Yeah.
Yeah. So with that said, Tony, with all these analytics and stuff, you think we're too far away from, let's just say, I'm just making up a team. The Buffalo Bills signed a huge contract with, again, I'm just making up a company, with Microsoft, and they hype it as it's going to be the first team that artificial intelligence calls all the plays.
It's already going that way.
Yeah,
I don't think we're too far down the road for that.
When you've got Microsoft already involved with all the things on the sideline and all that stuff, so the seeds have already been planted.
Yep, I think in the next 5 years we're going to have a team that uses a computer to call offense.
I'm sorry, dude. Have you not seen that Miami head coach give a press conference? They've already got a robot head coach down there.
He's robotic as hell. I swear to God, somebody check him out and check his circuits. He's robotic.
Yeah.
By the way,
Mr. Roboto.
Did anybody see today that Buffalo signed Gable Stevenson?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yep. Man, I love Gable. I'm a wrestler. Fish is a wrestler. I love Gable. I think Gable. He's athletic enough to play. I don't think he's going to be. He doesn't have the technique to be in the NFL.
Basically, he's another Lesnar.
I was going to say
he's another Lesnar.
100%.
I'll tell you what. Now, here's the thing with Lesnar. When he came to the Vikings, it ain't like this team had a bunch of all pros and that defensive line that somebody couldn't have worked with him and put him at nose tackle. Just his strength and everything, he probably could have played it.
How much does Stevenson weigh?
He's a heavyweight. He's 285, I think.
285. He's only like 6'1" or 6'2". Right? Yeah, he's Minnesota.
Okay.
When you win an Olympic gold medal, you should. The
thing with Stevenson, he was supposed to be the next big thing in WWE.
Yeah,
and they just fired him.
Yeah, there's a wrestler that was talking some shit on him, saying, "Well, whatever requires the easiest thing and where you can be lazy at, that's what he's going to choose." So that's what.
Yeah, they've been on him big time. They've been on him big time.
Gable Stevenson will smash your ass, dude. Shut your mouth.
Yeah. Yeah.
I wouldn't want to wrestle him.
I seen on the news today the Bears are going to be on the Hard Knock show next.
Yep.
Oh yeah, I seen that.
Well, they also said on Sirius XM, they also said that a division is going to be on the season-long Hard Knocks, but they didn't say what division.
Ooh.
Yeah, I just seen on NFL Network. They said.
Okay, question: am I the only one who doesn't watch that?
I've never watched it.
I've never seen an episode.
If I don't like the team, I don't watch it.
Yeah,
I don't watch it at all.
I watched the first one with the Ravens. That was because it was a novelty and it was pretty cool. But if I don't like the team, I ain't watching it.
Yeah, I never watched a minute of it.
This is where I get to the point where there's too much entertainment in football. Just give me some goddamn football. I don't want to know what goes on behind the scenes. I don't care. All I care about is lining up on Sunday, winning the damn game. I don't care what preparation it takes. I don't care who says what. I could care less. Just give me some damn football.
I kind of would want it because we don't hear nothing from the Vikings at all from big media. We don't hear a
Well, the Vikings have really clamped down on that after after what happened with a lot of stuff started getting out like last year. Some stuff got out they didn't want, like Hawkinson. They've clamped down big time on what.
Which is why I like the quarterback series, because I like seeing into it a little bit. I mean, I respected Kirk more after that, just because of how much pain he took and still kept playing, but.
Too evil. What did I say that was crazy?
Good night, Mom. I love you.
Good night, Mom.
All right, Mom.
Hi, Mom.
What did I say that was evil? What did I say that was crazy? Too evil.
Yeah.
Honestly, yes, I would, because guess what? They're just a normal person. Just because they play football and they play in the NFL, I don't want to hear their whole life story. It's that simple. That whole spotlight thing don't do shit for me. They're just another person.
My wife and I talk about this all the time. Neither one of us could understand, how people get, oh my God, it's just bro. Me and my wife are like, what? They're just a fucking person. They breathe at the same air that we do. They piss, they shit, they do everything.
Yeah,
they're just good at what they do. They get paid a lot of money for
it.
Right.
End zone passes don't do anything for me. I don't give about any of that.
Because here's the thing. Once they're out of the spotlight or they retire from whatever the hell they're doing, guess where they are? Right there with the normal folk.
Yeah.
So
I don't know, man. I'd still geek out over John Randall. I don't care what y'all say. If I saw him, I'd be like, oh my God.
They just have a better house.
God, you girl, you pathetic dude.
Hey, Tony, you're right. They are just like us, but they have a better house. That's it.
Yeah.
They're just like us, and they have really fine women on their arm. But other than that.
Well, speak for yourself. I got a hot-ass woman on my arm.
Well, mine is in California, so.
and the ones who can't get football out of their system either go into coaching or broadcast.
Oh, they're the ones they're the ones that can't get out of the spotlight, so they hang on to it.
Yeah, it's not. I don't think it's really football. I think it's more of me. I'm still in the spot because Brett Favre's an ego guy. He's always wanted to be the spotlight.
Yeah, but let's say Troy Aikman. Do you think he's a spotlight guy?
100%.
No, Troy Aikman is punch drunk, so they prop him up because
I think he likes being around the game, and that's a way to be around the game. So.
It could be, but Troy. Right now, he's on the number one telecast team, so he's got the good gig. But I mean, Troy, there are moments there where he kind of looks like a deer in the headlights.
Why do I know?
Well, he got shit kicked out of him his first 2 years.
Why do we shouldn't bring up Troy Aikman or Joe Buck or that commentating duo is the anti-Viking duo of any commentators that I've ever seen in my whole life.
I don't think Troy more.
Come on, Cody. That's
Cody.
That is a disgusting acting thing to say.
Here's the thing, Cody. You missed it back in the day when every friggin' announcer, broadcaster didn't matter. When the Vikings were good, there was always somebody who was better. Every year. The worst was Howard Cosell. He hated the Vikings because of what they did to him at the Super Bowl. They played a joke on him and it went over, and he never liked them ever since then. But the media has never had a love affair with the Vikings at all.
I'd rather watch Chris Collinsworth over Troy Aikman.
I hate Chris Collinsworth.
The thing about it
dude, do not talk to me about fucking Chris Collinsworth. He was not that great as a receiver. Plus, he's the one that created Pro Football Focus.
I like the guys.
So all that analytic shit is on that fucker. So
I like the
fuck him.
Third. I like Gus Johnson. He's fucking an awesome.
Which one is Gus Johnson?
He's the I think he's CBS. He's the one that does he's the one that gets really excited for when it's actual exciting play. He gets really excited.
My favorite announcer all time to watch any sport. He did football. He did baseball. Was Vin Scully.
Yeah, see, Vin did football Vin did the Dodgers for years.
He did football too, though.
He did football on TV. But I mean,
he did some Viking playoff games. I remember.
Yeah, him and Tom Maddie.
But what a great voice! It was just he was fantastic. I
was just talking D Woods.
Big Booger McFarland fan here.
Whoever brought
I
up
like Booger. There's a bunch of them I don't like now. I mean, there's some of them that are on TV, and I'm kind of like, either mute him or fire him. I won't say any names, Michael Irvin. But I mean,
he keep on getting fired.
How do you like Philbin? Chris Philbin made that.
Oh, yeah. Whoever brought up Gus Johnson and CBS, hey, that's awesome for us this year because we only have 4 games on Fox this year.
How many games?
4. That's it on Fox. The rest are CBS or primetime.
Okay, so I'm gonna put this out there. Is it now that everybody's doing every conference? Because it used to be CBS was AFC, Fox was NFC. So now everybody's doing.
Yep, everyone's.
The new TV agreement. The new TV agreement made it to where Fox can poach a couple of just AFC games from CBS, and CBS can poach a couple of NFC games from Fox.
And CBS took ours.
Yeah, CBS. We're majority of CBS this year.
Yeah, but I mean, CBS actually won ours.
I actually like CBS.
Tony, what was it in the old days? Who did the
It was NBC and
game of the
CBS.
week?
CBS had the NFC because they had the NFL. NBC had the AFC because they had the AFL.
In the 70s, there used to be one nationally televised game.
Yeah, that was Monday Night Football
on ABC.
On ABC.
Wasn't there one on Sunday too? Sunday?
No, they never had. They didn't have Sunday night games until like early '80s, and then there was only one.
Yeah, I don't mean Sunday night, but like the 3 o'clock play. I thought was like that.
It depended. If it was usually your 3 o'clock games are usually the Rams or the Cowboys. So depending on who they played, they would be on CBS because they were NFC teams. Usually, if it was a late start in California, which was the Chargers, but the Chargers were so bad till they got better, then the Chargers were the late game.
Yeah, I mean, we've talked about this before. For like me and Catch living out of market, it was a big deal when you got to see the Vikings play because you didn't get to see them more than
Shit.
I see here.
Well, put it this way.
I was growing up.
Well, that's because they would rather play the Vikings than the Lions.
Here's the thing, though, and I'm old enough to remember when you had the blackout rule. If you didn't sell so many tickets for a home game, that game wasn't televised in Twin Cities. There was a whole year where I didn't see a Viking home game at
maybe
all.
You should have drove to Detroit's market.
I was 6 years old, Catch. Not driving outside the Twin Cities for no damn Viking game.
I became a Viking fan. They was on CTV so damn much.
Mm-hmm.
That was the late 80s, early 90s. I remember driving up to Minnesota.
Mike,
and the TV station guys would be selling the tickets because they had to buy a shitload of tickets to have the game on TV, and they were trying to make their money back, and you just walk up and there was you want face value.
I think the only of the 4 professional franchises, I think the only one who still has blackout rules is MLB.
Well, now MLB is completely weird now because now they got games on Roku. They don't. It's so screwed up as far as television.
MLB does not have blackout rules because the Chicago White Sox would never be on.
Yep.
No. What I mean, but what I mean is like what I mean by the blackout is like not like local, but like if sometimes you can't watch the game locally, even if it's not for sellout, it's like the broadcast rules or something like that.
But even with that, Catch, like we've got Bally's here, which was supposed to show the Twins games, and they don't.
They don't.
They do show the ball. They do show it because I have DirecTV, and that's where I watch every Twins game is on Bally's.
Yeah, but you're also in Houston.
No, but the reason Bally's isn't there is because they don't have a contract with Comcast right now.
Right. So anybody that's got Comcast, which most of the Twin Cities does, they're just SOL.
Well, that's
Unlike
not.
me,
That's not. But
It was all the way
more
up to the
Comcast
late.
law.
Yeah.
Well, that's
It was
because
all
the
the way-
company is bankruptcy and stuff like that. But someone like me, I like watching the Twins on Valleys. I don't like watching so
And I've got a Fire Stick, which I jailbreaked. So guess what? I'm watching the Twins games.
Mm-hmm.
And the NFL, and the NHL, and college football, and every other sport that's imaginable.
It was up to the late 90s even. Like the Chicago Blackhawks would not show home games on TV because
we had that here before the North Stars left.
Bill Wirt's views were, if I show games on TV, they won't come to the game. So
yeah,
he would not show home games.
Only time.
Night, fellas. Someone call it a night.
Okay, Fish. Thanks for coming on with us.
Yep.
See you.
Take care. But I mean, it's now with the way TV is, the blackout rule is just, you need to get rid of it. It's old.
It's stupid. I mean, streaming things.
You've got to stream.
I used to literally as a kid revel on staying up Monday night. For the Monday night halftime show to see a 30-minute clip of the Viking highlight.
Not even 30 minutes. It's like a
30-second clip. A 30-second, and that was a big, huge
we had
deal.
a two-story house, and then the stair landing was behind the couch where my mom would sit and watching TV, and they would be watching the highlights. I'd come down to the landing, watch the highlights, and they'd go back up before I got caught.
I mean, it was a big deal to get to see 30 seconds of the game from start.
Because we didn't have, I mean, this was before cable TV. So what did you do to get your NFL highlights? You either got them on the news, Monday Night Football halftime highlights, or on a Saturday before the college game or other channel, you got This Week in Pro Football.
Yeah, but Tony, living in the Chicago area, when they showed it on the news, it was just this flash the score and a few stats. You didn't even get to see highlights. You just got to hear the stats.
That's because you're in Bear country, so you got the Bears.
You had to wait. You had to wait till Monday night and see that 30 seconds.
There's only two things to do in Chicago: pack up and leave.
Well, they're getting a new stadium now, so I don't know how that's going to play out. But yeah, they're getting a new indoor stadium.
Actually, I don't live in. I never lived in Chicago, a little farm town about 80, but it was the Chicago area. So yeah, well, I reveled when the Vikings played the Bears because I got to see the Vikings then, and if the Vikings played on Monday night, I got to see them then. And then the playoffs were a big deal because they're the playoffs. Plus, it was even a bigger deal because you got to see your team play. So in those days, if you were a kid that rooted for an out-of-market team, you didn't get to see them maybe 2 or 3 times a year. That's it.
And depending on how good that team was, you may not have got to see them at all. Because, I mean, the teams that got the most air TV time, the West Coast teams, of course, but the Raiders, the Cowboys.
Remember the Raiders being on a lot. I remember the Cowboys being on. The Steelers, I think, were on a lot.
The Cowboys were on ad nauseum every week. They wouldn't even put the Steelers on all the time. The Steelers were like the top team in the league. But you saw them goddamn Cowboys every goddamn week.
Yeah, it seems like it.
Yeah. I'm a little different. It's more of growing up in Dolphin territory. It's more of the highlights from the Super Bowl, the Vikings and the Dolphins is kind of where, I mostly saw the Vikings when I was growing up. Because every time they talk about the Dolphins, when they talked about the Super Bowl, they would always talk about that. The Vikings actually did play a lot on TV in Florida, which was surprising.
Well, here's the weird thing about it, Catch. The Vikings played the Dolphins every year in preseason or regular season.
Right.
for like 20 years.
Which is probably when my dad was watching his Dolphins. I saw the Vikings helmet and said, "That's the coolest helmet I've ever seen in my life." So
Yeah.
it probably was a Dolphins preseason game or something that I saw them play.
And every preseason game the Vikings Dolphins played, Grant tried to stick it up Shula's ass with some trick players just to piss him off.
Well, they changed a bunch of rules because of it.
Yep. And it was preseason game. Yeah. Did it Grant onside kick like 3 times one game or something? Just to piss
he did Grant did that all the time. It was preseason. That's why he did it. It was preseason. He would do shit in preseason he would never do in regular season unless he had to. So yeah, doing 3 onside kicks in a preseason game was nothing.
He hated it because Shula was on the rules committee, and I think after the game, Grant said something about, well, maybe Shula will change the onside kick rule next year. Or something.
The one that really fucked with Grant on the rules committee was Tex Schramm of the Cowboys.
Yeah.
He's the one that screwed Grant over because when we beat them in 73, Minnesota was heavy underdogs. When we beat them in that NFC Championship game, Schramm was pissed. They had already booked their tickets, hotels, and everything for the Super Bowl, which was in Houston that year. So they was going, and then we went in and beat them.
Grant used to like to drive Lombardi nuts too, I guess.
And put it this way, that's where the 12th man in a huddle penalty comes from. Because the Viking defense used to break the huddle. They'd have 14 players on the field. And at the last, as soon as they got to the line of scrimmage, Grant would run 3-4 players off the field. So you never knew who was lining up where. That's how he kept them guessing. But he had 14 guys in the huddle. And Stram saw that and made that rule of 12 men in a huddle is illegal. Mm-hmm. That's where that comes from. Because of Tex Stram. But yeah, it's been said now because if you bring it up to current history, the Vikings are not going to be compensated for that tampering that the Falcons did with Kirk Cousins. Why not? Because who is it, McKay or whoever with the Falcons is on the competition committee.
Yeah.
And they don't want to ruffle his feathers.
Yep, 100%.
So the Vikings aren't going to get that compensatory pick from the what you call it with Kirk Cousins.
But everybody is so enamored about draft picks, especially 3rd round picks or some. I don't get why. But let's say Flores leaves out with that accelerated program, and then we get compensated a 3rd round pick for that. Like, are we okay with that, or we'd rather have Flores? I think I'd rather have Flores. I mean, a lot of people are enamored with the draft.
I'd rather have Flores.
Yeah. Hey, D Woods, if you want to know more, watch Vikings Vintage every Wednesday. He'll drop some more gems.
The old days before internet, literally, I used to pick up the Saturday paper and read about the predictions for the 1st round draft pick. That's about it. People know so many of these players now. This guy should go into the 5th round and that. You didn't know any of that shit back in the day.
I used to buy like Athlon Sports, Street and Smith draft guides, and Pro Football Talk draft guide. I used to buy a draft.
Back in the day,
they mainly talked about the 1st round pick. It
was a Pro Football Weekly. And they put out a newspaper once a month after the season was over, and they usually had a list of. I mean, put it this way, and I watched college football as a kid. When the Vikings made their picks, they were drafting guys I had never heard of. I never heard.
I mean, now
like Andy Holloway. Never heard of Duck White. Never heard of Ted Brown.
Yep. Yeah. I mean, it was. You just read a newspaper the day or two before the draft, and then after they got drafted, you read about the guys. But yeah, you didn't know these players at all. Now it's so in depth.
The only one blame Mel Kiper.
Oh, that idiot! Who's Mel Kiper?
I mean, people know who these guys that are getting drafted in the 7th round are. Oh, did you see the tape on him and that? Like,
well, you know who the one who was really the idiot when it came to draft time. They had him on ESPN for years. Was Paul Zimmerman?
Oh,
when the Dolphins drafted Dan Marino,
he was so pissed.
He was like, "Who is the offensive genius that's going to coach Dan Marino in Miami? This is a terrible pick."
Yeah.
Yeah, he was no longer on ESPN after that.
And the next year,
the other guy across the room goes, Don Shula.
Exactly.
Yeah, and then they go to the Super Bowl as rookie year.
No,
he went to next year.
The next year.
Yeah, he threw what 51. He was 4,000 yards, 51 TDs in his second year in the league.
Yeah,
and this
they're a lot. They're a lot like this. They were a lot like this Dolphins team now. Currently,
it was Dolphins.
They had Clayton and Duper had Olympic speed. It's a lot like this Dolphins team now.
Well, the 84 Dolphins that Dan Marino was a quarterback was a lot like the 98 Vikings.
Yeah.
Great offense, no defense.
Yeah, I mean, Clayton and Duper.
Catch the Killer Bees were a hell of a defense.
Not
greatest.
They were better than that 98 defense of the Vikings.
I mean,
Dan Marino is the greatest player.
They were at the end of their.
They were at the end of their run, yeah, but they were still better than any defense is better than that 98 defense. I'm sorry. There were 2 years of defense the Vikings put on the field that was garbage.
I look at
So you think better than there's a lot of great quarterbacks who never won a Super Bowl.
But I look at Dan Marino like I look at Luka Doncic. It's the greatest player in the game to never win a championship.
Well, that's going to change this year.
Yeah, 100% it is. I think so. Yeah. I was mad when we lost, but I was like, you know what? Luka deserves his championship.
I'm a Hawks fan. You know how pissed I am that we have Trae Young instead of Luka?
I live in Columbus. I hear you, bro.
Don't get me wrong. I love Trae Young. I do love Trae Young, but damn, we could have Doncic. He was drafted by the Hawks. I mean,
that went a long time with John Elway. You know, he lost 4 Super Bowls before he won those 2.
Elway, here's what people forget about that Super Bowl.
He was a stud, Elway.
Here's what people forget about that Super Bowl. Green Bay let Terrell Davis score that game-winning touchdown. They let him score that. They didn't even try to tackle him. They let him score that touchdown. Why? Because they had Brett Favre, and they thought Brett Favre was going to take him down there and get him to tie the game. Surprise!
Elway wouldn't have won his second Super Bowl.
Clock struck midnight.
There's a question for you, Tony.
98 Super Bowl, Elway wouldn't have won. No chance.
I don't know about that. The Broncos had a better overall team than the Vikings.
George, you're right, because they beat him in preseason. Last second field goal. They would.
But if it wasn't for Benchwarmer Bob, they would not have beat the Vikings in 72.
They should not have beat the Vikings in 72, because if Benchwarmer Bob doesn't get called for that lame-ass roughing the pass, it was lame. By the 1970 standards, that was lame. It was equivalent to the Grady Jarrett roughing the passer on Brady that we saw like 2-3 years ago.
Or the C.J. Matthews on Cousins.
It was equivalent to that. It was a bad call. It was a bad call.
The 2 times the Vikings would have decimated Super Bowl champions was the 98 year, if we would have got past the conference championship, and that Drew Pearson fucking pass interference. But
98, the 98 Broncos team was nothing to scoff at. They were a more complete team. They had a defense. The Vikings did not have a defense.
They didn't have the same offense the Vikings had, though.
Yeah, Vikings would have stayed.
Yeah. But I'm saying it would have been no gimme.
You know,
it would have been a great game.
You know what would have been the Vikings' kryptonite? And you know what the Broncos would have played? Ball control. Guess who had in the backfield? Terrell Davis. Guess who couldn't stop the run? The Vikings.
I mean,
I got 3 good receivers. I'm chucking it all day. I'm going.
They didn't do that in the championship. I mean,
why didn't they do it?
What?
We we kind of talked about this. Their best chance of winning a Super Bowl, a team that didn't go, was probably the 89 one year we said? 87?
No, 87. 87 and 75.
87 where Darrell Nelson dropped a pass that hit him right in the number.
It wasn't intended.
They probably would have kicked the shit out of the Broncos.
But what happened all year long in '98, and then we just changed in that conference championship? We just
they shit their pants and went conservative with the lead. And
two things they did wrong. First of all, the first one, Robert Smith running out of bounds instead of staying in bounds to run time off the clock.
Why are we running the ball? Throw the ball.
You're running the ball to take time off the clock.
I don't know. You have the best 3 receivers in the league, and you don't throw. You don't do what you've been doing all year long. That's what.
Atlanta had the number 2 pass defense, right?
You have Randy Moss and Chris Carter.
Did you see Randy Moss get knocked senseless in the middle of the field in part of the game? He dropped a TD pass. Somebody said he got hurt. Somebody said he got hurt.
Why is he in the middle of the field? That's not where he strives at. He strives on the outside.
No, it was a post pattern.
Why are you running a post? Run a streak.
Because they doubled him all game. Did you pay real close attention to the game?
Yeah, I played close attention. You're putting a corner and a safety on him. He can out jump the safety. He's outrunning the corner.
You also here's another one too. Atlanta's front 4 was beating up that offensive line. The one that was getting beat up the most was Todd Stussy.
Robert Griffin dropping 2 interceptions that hit him right into jersey numbers.
Doesn't help.
Atlanta's final drive didn't help either.
And your most prominent, your most dominant defensive lineman is playing hurt because you left him in the game the week before, and he got leg whipped by the draft bust known as Derek Alexander and fucked up his knee.
They would have had a hard time getting healthy for the Super Bowl because you're right, they were beat up pretty bad.
Yeah, I mean,
09, Brett Favre would have had a hard time getting healthy in that Super Bowl.
Favre would have played.
Yeah, he would.
Favre would have played, but
Favre would have played, and Peterson would have fumbled 5 times. It was a big game.
Now, does that 09 team beat the Colts?
Yes.
Probably.
100%.
Probably.
Peterson fumbled too much.
Here's the thing: the Saints.
Peterson was fumbled.
Yeah, Eddie Mack blew his ACL, so then you had Pete Bursich playing middle linebacker. Wow, that scares me.
What I found crazy about that 09 thing is they didn't bring up Katrina until like week 7.
Don't you bring that blasphemy in here, George? Don't you bring that? No, I was kidding.
Thank you, George. Yes, he did drop one for a touchdown. He had him right in the fucking numbers.
Yeah.
Who's that? Nelson?
No.
Right
yes. Randy Moss 98.
Oh.
The 09 playoffs, they didn't bring up Katrina until the start of the playoffs. Like that was like, then that turned out to be the biggest thing
because they needed a narrative.
Yep,
and they needed a narrative.
That's 4 years ago.
Yeah, but I think they just moved back in that year or the year before. You know, and they were the NFL had the darlings.
He had that play with making that guy who has
Gleason, ALS,
Gleason. Now he made that. He blocked that punt and everything.
He blocked.
I actually didn't look into that 2009 loss, the Bounty Gate bullshit. That's been going on for years. Let's take out guys, the best players.
It's been happening.
Not be dirty, but hey, let's see if we can hit him hard enough to where we go.
Well, here's the thing, though. You talk about how Brett Favre was getting beat up, right? The week before, they beat up Kurt Warner so bad they ended his career.
Yeah.
They literally ended his career. So. But here's the thing: the Saints were a weak ass defense, and then they came out just hitting everybody in the playoffs. You knew some shit was up. These motherfuckers couldn't catch a ghost. They couldn't hit anybody, not even a tackling dummy, but they're out here playing like they're the 85 Bears.
Yeah.
That should have told you something was up.
Well, Brett Favre should have also ran for 5 yards and got the first down. And
he had to.
Well, that's Brett Favre's career. He blew more playoff games
Favre then. I mean, Favre lost a lot of playoff games.
Someone of Favre's caliber should have more than one ring.
Yeah.
If you put Aaron Rodgers on the Packers the time Favre was playing, Packers probably win 3 Super Bowls, and Favre wins none.
No, they don't.
They
No,
won't
they
win
don't.
shit with Aaron
No, they
Rodgers.
don't. First of all, when Brett was playing, you could still hit the quarterback. When Brett was playing, you could still hit him. And Rodgers would have needed a whole lot of weed and painkillers to get out there and play in Brett's area. I'm sorry, he just
the Super Bowl.
He would need a lot of dark room retreats.
Thank you.
The Super Bowl the Packers won with Favre, I think he threw 25 times. It wasn't Brett that won that Super Bowl. They had a great running game and great defense.
Look who they play. Look who
They played the Patriots. The Patriots weren't that good. And they had Desmond Howard returning kicks.
Right.
But after that, when you had Favre the guy and he has to make the play at the end of the game, he choked always. He choked a lot in the playoffs.
You put
I
Antonio
remember the
Freeman
shot.
with Aaron Rodgers. Antonio Freeman ain't the same Antonio Freeman.
True.
I remember Packer fans went nuts when Favre threw a stupid interception against the Giants in a tied game. At the end of the game, and the Giants guy ran it back for a touchdown. Chris Collinsworth said, "Well, people are going to get mad at me. That's a rookie mistake by a veteran quarterback right there."
Well, it's
And
the same thing he
fans
did.
were-
Another
fans
thing from that Saints playoff game, not only did they do that fucking roughing the passer shit and all the late hits and shit and change the rules after that game, they also changed the overtime rule for the next season to where every team got at least a possession.
Yep.
Every rule that's been changed in the NFL has something to do with the Vikings. Put it that way.
100%. That the pass interference rule needs to get changed this year after that bullshit whistle we had against the Chiefs. We beat the Chiefs. We beat them. Kirk Cousins beat the Chiefs. I'm not a Kirk Cousins bandwagon fan. I'm not a stan. He beat the Chiefs.
You talking regular season?
Yeah, regular season.
Yeah, this year,
Last
year's
game.
game.
Last year's game.
That was, it felt bad. It was like watching Anthony Edwards fall to the floor after going for a layup, and he just smacks the floor, and there's no whistle. It's like, what the fuck? Where's our foul?
Yeah, worst one I remember recently was.
You know what? Welcome to Minnesota, Cody.
Years ago,
Oh yeah.
about 3 years ago, when the Vikings were playing Tampa, when Brady was on the team, and at halftime they did a Hail Mary, and they called pass interference on it.
Oh, they called pass interference. Was it Danzler?
Yeah.
At halftime, not the end of the game.
It was an interception by Danzler, and they called him for pass interference.
That was just terrible. That never happened.
Or
They
the
just let them go.
The Washington game 2 years ago. When
When the referee knocked down.
No way! What the hell?
The referee knocks down Cam Bynum, who has an interception.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Speaking of Cam Bynum, y'all know he a free agent next year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He'll get signed.
They'll sign him. He's not gonna. They'll sign him because Harrison Smith's gonna retire.
Yep.
So they're gonna want to, and they've got the money now. Keep in mind, next year they got the money to pay these guys.
I don't know why Smith is playing this year. I hope he doesn't have a huge drop off and ends his career on a.
He's been dropping off for the last 4 years.
I know, but I hope he isn't terrible.
Well,
you know how you see guys hang around too long, a year too long. I hope it's not him.
He's not going to be terrible as long as he's like at the line. Put him at the line of scrimmage and let him blitz.
Or just keep him all. I mean, you can keep him all. He's a veteran presence with a bunch.
Yeah, you want that veteran presence in the locker room.
Man, damn, man, we got Cam Bynum. Martellus is a veteran, man.
Metellus is starting to become the face of the defense now. I've noticed that.
Yeah, man, we could use that money somewhere else. We paying fucking Hitman. Shit.
Did you hear the? Did you guys see the story from JJ McCarthy when he came? He's talking about all these veterans like reached out to him, and he's like, Metellus reached out to me and goes, "Hey man, this is number 44 Metellus, I just want to look into his Vikings. McCarthy's like, man, I know who you is, man. You gonna get Josh Metellus, man. You know
You're ready, baby.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, how do you guys feel about Blake Cashman wearing the green dot and not Ivan Pace during OTAs?
I'm fine with it.
You fine with it?
I think Ivan Pace is great at reacting. I think just having him play, because
Pace, you can by not giving him the green dot, you can let him move around.
Yes.
With Cashman's right there at the line. He probably can read offenses better.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he might be a smarter player for.
Yeah, so him as that guy to move the pieces around, I'm cool with. With Pace, you got to find a gap for him where he can make the best effect.
Some defensive players, when they're reacting to what's going on, are phenomenal. But when they start thinking,
if you got to think, you're in trouble.
Yep.
Yeah.
Unless you're Lewis Seen, you're just a dumbass and you can't figure it out. So
hey, he's done. I think he's done.
He's not even getting. He's not even getting
having himself an off season.
He's not even getting third team reps in the OTAs.
No.
He's either going to get cut or traded.
Man, nobody gonna trade.
I like your theory, Tony. Trade him and Booth. I don't want to go through another years and years of Irv Smith Jr. Wait till this
I have
year.
a little bit more. I've seen Booth play, so I kind of know what he can do. I just think he needs more play. We have not seen Seen at all.
Yeah.
Okay, I've seen Booth play too. He can go.
He had the highest cornerback grade.
But we want to see
that don't mean shit. Now you're in the pros. Now you're the lowest cornerback grade.
We have to see what the new guys do.
Blackman's running with the ones. What does that tell you?
Oh, yeah,
I'm talking about the guy they drafted.
He's already slated as a back.
So if Jackson is playing better than Booth, getting Booth
snaps
and everything like that, then get rid of Booth. Yeah.
Here's what you do: get rid of him for a 6th and a 7th. Fuck it.
My thing is with Flores' defenses. If you look him back in when he was head coach of Miami and he was the assistant at Patriots, they kept a lot of cornerbacks on their roster, and they didn't keep money defensive linemen. Like Flores didn't care about defensive linemen. He got one drafted with Christian Wilkins, I think it was.
And unfortunately, this is my only knock on Flores. It shows.
I mean, but he all they have to do for his defense, all they have to do is just engage into a block because he's blitzing linebackers. He's blitzing
corner. If you like they say, if you live by the blitz, you die by the blitz. That's why you got to come up with different schemes. That's why you've got to come up. You got edge rushers, but you have no push up the middle. None whatsoever. So you're going to have to figure
for the season. The defense struggled less.
And if you're banking on, if you're banking on Harrison Phillips to give you that push, no.
Well, the one thing Brian Flores banks on is a corner, and I think that's,
and he's got a tall, athletic corner.
And to think about,
he needs a corner.
I tell people this all the time. People want the Vikings to sign this cornerback. They want them to re-sign Shell. They want them. Okay, if the guy is under 5'10" and a half,
thank you.
Flores is not even looking at him.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
You don't have a 5'9" corner at all on your team. That is ridiculous.
Here's the deal. I never understood this with the NFL. Why do they get these 5'8", 5'9" corners and the receivers are 6'4", 6'3", and I don't care how high little Munchkin boy can jump, the dude's gonna out-jump him and get the ball.
I mean,
it blew my mind.
If Antoine Winfield was 3 inches taller, he would have been a Hall of Famer.
And see, Antoine Winfield was a hitter, though. I give Antoine credit.
Right. Good.
He would tackle. Yeah. There are some cornerbacks that you can see they're big enough to take a tackle, will not hit for their life.
Who's the little guy that was the Bears cast off that Viking fan ranted and raved about?
Duke Shelley.
Yeah.
Yeah, Duke Shelley.
But he was only 5'7", I think. 5'6".
Yeah. He was only 5'7". Yeah.
Yeah.
That
No way in hell Flores was
And he was your slot guy, which right now Murphy at the slot, I'm not happy with.
I'm kind of happy. That's his position, though.
Well, what's that, Murphy?
Yeah, Murphy. That's his legit position.
He ain't very good at it.
He's really good. That's why he got signed.
You know who does like the Vikings secondary is Pat Kerwin and Jim Miller. They do a position by position breakdown on Sirius XM. They go to every division.
Yeah.
They do a position. They give the Vikings defensive backfield a 17, which is the highest score so far.
I like it because I think Kyrie Jackson is going to be the next year's Tyreek Woolen. Remember Tyreek Woolen, his first year
for the UTSA. Yeah.
Here's a question that we've never ever talked about. I would love to hear your theories. What's your theories on why Xavier Rhodes just dropped off the cliff?
Because he's soft as hell.
Yeah.
Because every time he got beat, he acted like
every time he got beat, he bitched him on like a little bitch, and then he'd like all of a sudden pull a mysterious hamstring, and then he would sit.
Yep.
Well, why did he have a couple really great years then? I mean,
he wanted that bag.
He wanted a bag. He got the bag, and then once he got the bag, he's like, "Fuck it, I don't need to do anything anymore."
So he got paid and didn't care. Oh, okay.
That's what a lot of them players are. They get Here's what the deal. They'll play their asses off their first 4 years, and once they get paid, it goes into cruise control.
Yeah.
Because they do not want to get hurt.
That's what separates the great players from just a good player. Because the great players, even after they get paid, are the same guys.
So bottom line, he was a lazy player.
He got lazy.
He got lazy.
He got lazy.
Lazy after he got
paid. He got lazy, and then and what happened with a lot of the defensive guys, especially the guys that Zimmer took under his wing, Zimmer bitched and moaned so much they tuned him out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's like Trey Waynes. I think injuries caught up with him because Trey Waynes, he's another guy that would hit you.
He was hitting to cost him because he
What was crazy about Xavier Rhodes is when he fell off that year, we were the number 3 ranked defense. So he was actually worst.
He got fucking destroyed in that championship game.
Worst defensive player on our team, and we're the number 3 ranked defense. Like you were the number 1 cornerback in the league, and then you just
Yeah, I mean he fell off a cliff. His play literally, he was a shutdown quarterback.
Said they were going to keep bombing his ass. If you listen to the highlights of that game, they're like, let's keep bombing his ass. They were talking about Xavier Rhodes.
Yeah.
Either Rhodes or Newman.
You're the number 3 ranked defense in the league, and you just fall off. Dude, you
know what? It didn't help that you had Newman on the nickel, which he should not have been playing nickel in a championship game. And then you had Sendejo out there.
Who would hit his own players.
2018.
I always thought Alexander was going to be a better player than what
the thing about Sendejo was he was just as much friendly fire as he was opposite fire, enemy fire.
But I mean, a lot of those defensive players, they tuned out Zimmer. Mm-hmm. They tuned him out after a while. He just got to the point where nothing was good enough for him, and the players are like, "Well, fuck you, then, dude."
Did you see the report from Eric Kendricks when he signed with the Cowboys? He took back every single statement. Oh, it was fear based. Now it's like, no, it's Zimmer.
Oh, it's called I Need a Job.
Get out of here, bro.
It's called I got a lot of these expensive cars and I got a high maintenance new wife. I need a job.
I follow Kendricks on YouTube. He does have a lot of expensive cars.
You think Zimmer could end up landing that Dallas job if things go south?
Depending on if he bends a knee to friggin' Jerry Jones.
Yeah.
And does more than bend a knee. I'm just being nice. Thank you. Yeah, Cody's got it. It's because McCarthy's gone.
If they don't make the playoffs, or I think if they don't get to the NFC Championship game, he's gone.
He's gone.
Is that why they brought in Zimmer, you think?
No, they DC left.
No, the DC left. Quinn went to DC.
Yeah, he's head coach of
he went to the Commanders.
Speaking of which,
but I know after Quinn left.
Speaking of which, did you guys see that that the Commander fans or the people in Washington will not approve a stadium unless it's at the old RFK site.
I believe that.
Yeah, I believe that too.
I believe that.
They said the infrastructure is already there. The way to get in and out of the stadium is already there. Everything is there. You just need to put the stadium where RFK was. You don't need to do anything else.
And they need to do it.
And they love the location.
And they need to. You know what? If they're telling you that, don't argue. Do it.
Listen to
your fan base. Listen to the city that's going to pay you the money to come in there.
Yeah.
Don't get to this point where we're an NFL team. We can do this and that. No, okay? Don't listen to Goodell. Don't listen to Jerry Jones, especially because you build a new stadium, the NFL gets a cut of whatever comes in. That's why they want a new stadium. That's why these owners want these new friggin' glass houses that they have.
And that's listen to your fan base. What about last year? You have Ty Chandler running the ball for fucking 6 to 7 yards a carry, and we're yelling at you to run the ball more, but you only do it 7 times.
That's called
the ball.
That's called ego. That's called ego, Cody.
Jesus Christ.
Well, remember, we're the reason we lost to the Chargers last year. The fans are the reason.
Oh yeah, we were too loud.
Yeah, we were too loud.
So I watched that game. I was in Louder Than Life festival in Louisville. I was watching the game on the TV and not listening to the concerts. I was like checking out my game. I watched it. And I was like, I feel like a piece of shit. I threw my jersey away. Jersey
Cody, away. I haven't seen you on this show yet. What's your opinion on KOC?
On who?
KOC.
KOC. So I have a really good, strong opinion on KOC. I'm a big KOC fan. I think if he could just incorporate the run more, which I think he's going to do this year, behind Aaron Jones, I think that's what he needed to do. And I had a big incorporation about that draft talk in that 18-minute video when KOC looked at Quest and he's like, you need to call whatever the Jets GM is now. You need to call the Jets GM now. Like he told Quessy that, and he got on the phone, and boom, we got JJ McCarthy. Then if you hear before he even said that, he was saying, "Hey, Dallas Turner," and Dallas Turner was probably the pick that he wanted right there. And Quessy said, "Hey, I think Dallas Turner's going to fall."
But
Dallas Turner should have went to Atlanta.
As a head coach calling plays
as a head coach, I am at if I had to rate it from 1 to 10, I'm at a 8 right now.
You're higher than me.
Wow. I think there's a lot.
I got him at 6 because he needs to run the ball and he needs to do a better.
Yes. That's my.
He needs to do better clock management and game management.
I got him at about a 4 or 5.
By the way, they did that video. It seemed like that every guy that Crazy wanted, he thought that he had rated way higher, just magically fell to right where
it's called analytics.
You know,
yeah,
it's called analytics.
And it is a Viking PR 18 minutes.
It's a Viking PR video, so naturally they're going to make it sound like
they're going to make it look as good as possible. Yeah,
they're going to make it sound like that.
My biggest.
I'll be right back, guys. Right, I'll be right back.
All right. My biggest thing I took away from the video was KOC looked at Quessy like, you need to call the Jets GM. He said the dude's name, the GM's first name. You need to call whatever his name was, David or Jeff. You need to call Jeff or David right now. And like, he's okay. He goes over there and calls, and he gets his pick. He gets JJ McCarthy. That's what I thought was wild. I was like, all right, someone's leading it. And then after the first round, it was weird because every time you heard him pick up the phone to give to the KOC's like, you're our guy, and then you're our guy, or you're our guy. Like it was the same thing. It was like you're on whatever he said. He said the same word every single time after the first round. But that first round, it was KOC didn't say those words. He was like, you're our fire or whatnot. Whatever, some weird shit he was saying. It was weird to me.
I think there's a whole talk about them wanting Drake May and all that type of stuff. Was that? It seems like JJ was their guy the whole time.
JJ
or Penix. I do.
My opinion on the Drake May thing with that, we heard the neighbors talk, right? I think if Drake May fell to 5 or 6, we would have or fell to 5. We would have sent Jefferson away to get Drake May. That's how I think Florio was speaking all this stuff that we're going to trade JJ and a first round pick. We're only going to send those 2 picks if Drake May fell to 5. I think that's my opinion.
I'm happy we ain't get Drake May.
Yeah, thank God.
I wanted Drake May, but I didn't want to give away Jefferson for it.
Drake May.
All I can tell is time will tell on any of the quarterback. None of them's taken a snap in a game yet. You just don't know.
Here's the thing. You have quarterbacks that are coming in that they're coming into a pretty decent situation. What the hell is Drake May going to?
Oh, what are they doing in New England?
Thank you.
You're Mac Jones 2.0 just written all over that situation.
Yeah, I mean, it's just you want to put if you're going to get a quarterback that high, you want to put him in the best spot to succeed. You do. Yeah. Drake May ain't got a goddamn thing around him to succeed with.
Nothing.
You never know.
Wide receiver 1.
George, I don't.
But isn't the theory you go out and get your quarterback and build the team around him?
Yeah,
so,
that's shit.
That's what Patriots are going to try to do.
That's
build a team around me.
You could probably say they might be bridesmaid for maybe they want to Drake May. I don't know.
Oh, and by the way, I am going to say the most controversial thing you're probably ever going to hear from a Viking fan. Here it is. Fran Tarkenton was not a franchise quarterback.
Okay.
He was not a franchise quarterback.
He played in a great system and with great teams.
He came to a team when you've already got a defense built, you're already winning games. You're just a quarterback away. They get their quarterback, and guess what? They actually were not very good the year they got him. You know what player turned this team around was Walter Eugene Foreman. Chuck Foreman turned this team around.
So speaking on quarterbacks, when y'all think we're gonna see JJ? What week?
After the bye week, Detroit.
I'm thinking depending on how they go into the bye, you could probably see him after the bye. Depending on how Darnold plays. Now, if Darnold is successful, I can see JJ getting spot duty. But
exactly. A lot depends on Darnold.
If it falls apart with Darnold and Darnold just isn't it will be ASAP on JJ. Hell, and from what I'm hearing, JJ could be starting week 1.
I don't think it'll start week 1.
Well, the big thing is Kwesi and KOC only have a year or two years left on their contracts.
They got 1 more year.
KOC too.
Yeah, so that's going to play a big role in whether or not.
That's why. That right there, Cody, exactly why you ain't gonna see JJ week 1.
I ain't gonna see JJ week. We're gonna see him. I think we're gonna see him.
I think the earliest we see is week 3. I don't think they want to play JJ against the 49ers.
They shouldn't.
They drafted a quarterback high in your draft. Usually buys the GM and head coach at least the next.
I got JJ starting week 9 against Anthony Richardson.
Ooh, that'd be a good one. I got him starting right after the bye week when TJ Hawkins.
I want to start.
So Cody, you got him starting against Detroit?
I want to do that game. Hell no.
TJ Hawkinson comes because TJ Hawkinson's missing 4 to 6 weeks. I think TJ Hawkinson will be ready in week 4. I would say I think he's going to be ready. He's just not going to play it. Then after the bye week, they're going to send TJ out there and then JJ. Because I mean, the weeks 1 through 5 are rough. There's
the defense
get away from that.
Week 1 is not rough, but after that,
who's rough?
He's talking about week 1 through 5.
I'm looking at week 1 through 5. Who's rough?
Shit, you got the 49ers, you got Houston, you got the Jets, the Packers,
London.
Jets.
You got Texas.
Jets defense.
Jets got defense, Tony. Don't do that.
Jets.
Come on, we ain't doing that tonight, man.
Oh, I'm gonna do it. I don't give a fuck. The
Jets got defense, man. You know Jets got defense.
Okay, guess what? What they got on offense?
Aaron Rodgers, Garrett Wilson.
Like I said, Cody, what they got on offense?
They got an okay
you
offense.
See who they signed for their offensive line this year?
Yeah, they fixed the O-line.
Yeah, they fixed that O-line.
You put JJ out there against that defense with Sauce Gardner, that boy liable to have about 3 picks. Don't do that.
Sauce Gardner can't cover JJ 101.
Guess what? That's why you throw the ball to Addison.
Sam Darnold can't. Who's throwing the ball? Sam Darnold?
Yeah.
If they go to, by the time they go to London, it could be JJ.
I got him start week 9. That's my prediction.
Well, Sam Darnold plays against the Jets. We done. I'm telling
you.
So
we could be going into the bye 2-3.
1-5.
I think 2. I think
1-5.
I think
you say 1-5.
I think 3 and 2 is the best.
Damn, Cody, you say 1-5.
I think
1. Yeah, he's got him at 1-4.
I think 1 and 4 is the worst.
Just the Giants.
Just the Giants.
Well, what last year we were like for Tampa Bay, right? We were like, Tampa Bay, we're gonna beat them, we're gonna smoke them. What happened?
Tampa Bay is still better than the Giants, though.
What happened? I mean, but you know.
Okay, if they go to the Meadowlands and lose to Daniel Jones again, then you know what? That's a fireable offense.
If the Vikings show up and don't play flat, they beat the Giants. The only way they lose to the Giants is if they don't show up and they are not prepared.
And why y'all scared of Niners?
They got defense. That's a good team. Tony, man. Come on, Tony, man. Tony, what the fuck, man? They win a 2 Super Bowl back-to-back, man.
Didn't we beat them last year?
Huh?
Didn't we beat them last year?
Better quarterback last year,
man. With Kirk Cousins at quarterback.
The Vikings had a better quarterback last year.
Yeah.
And plus the 49ers were going through shit last year during the season.
Zoe, stop giving them excuses, goddamn it.
We caught them at the right time. It's the truth.
Zoe, stop giving them excuses, goddamn it. Go cheer for the Lions, motherfucker. Shit.
The thing about the Giants game.
Now here you go.
Okay, Houston. The only one I see that's probably a guaranteed loss is Houston.
The thing about the Giants game is Minnesota usually never plays well in New York. Giants or the Jets.
They ain't in New York. They're in New Jersey.
You know what's so bad? What's so bad about the Vikings is we'll score first and we'll have a goal.
And that's on the coach. That's on KLC. That's what bugs me the most about KLC. He'll run, like T-Bass said, the first few scripted plays, and then after that, he's literally lost.
He can't adjust.
I hope KLC got 30 more scripted plays in his fucking vote.
He's going to run the ball this time.
No, you know what I want him to do? I want him to show some killer instinct. Go for the jugular.
Put the fucking foot on the pedal. And
Thank you. Run up the score. Run it up. Don't give a fuck. Run up the damn score. I don't care if you put 50 on a motherfucker. Run up the score.
He's too nice of a guy.
Okay, nice don't win championships.
Richie Cunningham doesn't run up the score.
Yeah, Richie Cunningham could be looking for another job, too, if he don't get his act together. So then we got Green Bay.
That's going to be
it's a tough one.
That could go either way.
Yeah.
And then we're in London against the Jets.
Yeah.
Yeah, fuck what y'all think. The Vikings probably win that game.
The 49ers hasn't won in Minneapolis since 1992.
Yeah. So, I mean, then we got the bye. Then we got the Lions.
And we are 7-0 against the Texans.
I'm just not trying to drink that purple Kool-Aid.
Yeah, I'm not drinking the purple Kool-Aid, but I'm just
But Cody, didn't you have idiots like the people at Sports Illustrated who think the Vikings are to go 3-14?
No, fuck no. I have us at so before draft I had us at 7 wins. After draft I got us at 9.
Because
I got us at 10-7 or 11-6.
Because I was like, again, moving the chains on Fox on SiriusXM is an awesome show. They're pretty much talking about the Vikings, and they were like, so why do people think that all of a sudden that the Vikings are going to be a bad team? They had the same exact record as the Bears last year, and they were in a far worse position than the Bears were. as far as injuries. I mean, come on, they had like a guy they pulled off the couch to play quarterback for them in the season, and they still got the 7 wins. I don't understand why when people talk about the NFC North, if you're a Bears fan, oh, we only got to catch the Packers and we only have to catch the Lions. He's like, no, you just can't disregard. He's like, I don't know why people are disregarding the Vikings. They were 7-10 last year. It wasn't like they were 5-12.
And those are the same people that said the thing holding the Vikings back was Kirk Cousins, and now that we don't have Kirk Cousins, we're not going anywhere because we don't have Kirk Cousins.
They actually were kind of in the same boat that I was in with Kirk Cousins. He's not the best quarterback in the league, but you can win with him when the things are right. So they were like, the Vikings are good because they have the quarterback. So they weren't one of those. So they're also saying the Falcons are good because they have Cousins as quarterback. So they were kind of in that boat, but they think the Vikings overall, player-wise, talent-wise, is a good team. There's no way in hell this team goes 3-14.
I got them at 6 or 7 wins. That can change if I see they can run the ball and they can stop the run. If not, they're going to get.
It also depends on injuries.
Yeah, they're going to be.
Hell yeah,
they're going to be the biggest thing.
The biggest thing on it is we're missing the biggest piece.
A deep tackle
for any NFL team. You're missing the quarterback right now, and like I can see where they're going with 3 wins with Sam Darnold because it's Sam Darnold. At the end of the day, it's Sam fucking Darnold.
Yeah, but the thing was, we couldn't even lose more than 10 games with no quarterback for half a year. So how are you going to say that?
Sam Darnold's best throw was a slant route to
Well, here's the thing, though. The Vikings won 2 games with Josh Dobbs.
No, Josh Dobbs.
Josh Dobbs.
They would have won more with Dobbs if friggin' KOC had let him be the way he was.
Josh Dobbs. Sam Darnold is better than Nate Mullins.
I'm going to say Dobbs. With Dobbs, we got lucky. Dobbs his first game, he put the ball on the turf 4 times.
Yeah.
4 times. That's luck. And we got every single one of those.
His first game, right?
Yeah, his first game.
Well, yeah, you put him on the turf. He wasn't supposed to play, and he'd only been with the team a week.
I know, but if we don't get those 4, we're down 3 touchdowns.
Well, that's because Atlanta was inept.
They're not inept.
They're inept. Trust me, they're inept.
Top 10 defense and a top 5 offensive line.
Atlanta?
Yeah, that defense good.
Yeah, defense is good.
They don't have any pass rushers.
They don't have a pass rush.
But other than that, the defense is pretty good.
They were the worst in pass rush. That's why nobody.
If they're so good, how the fuck you don't win a weak ass division like the NFC South?
That's why
they had no quarterback.
The Falcons for taking Penix because they don't have a pass rush and they passed up Turner.
Penix actually puts them.
I like the Penix pick. I knew they were gonna get Penix.
Oh, I'm just ready for the drama in Atlanta. I'm like sitting back waiting for it because they're gonna have it.
I think they're banking on Cousins not being healthy enough.
Well, and here's the thing: Kirk is going to have his Kirk moments, as I call them, and Atlanta fans are going to lose it.
Yeah,
but here's the thing, though: Kirk could have those moments before and not worry about being benched. He's got to literally worry about being benched, but he shouldn't bitch because guess what? You still got $100 million guaranteed from Atlanta, and this year you still got $28.5 guaranteed from the Vikings.
But I think Kirk win that division though, for real. He gonna win that division.
Anybody can win.
All right, guys. Hey, I gotta get going to bed. Getting late down here in Florida. So talk to you guys later. Good talking to you. Good time to bow out. You're talking about stuff. All right, talk to you guys later.
But yeah, I mean it's the South. It's the NFC South.
He gonna win that motherfucker.
I still think the Bucs win the division.
I think the Bucs too old for real.
The Bucs got old in a hurry. They did. They got old.
And people were. Derek Carr's gonna get benched for Spencer Rattler.
He needs to. Derek Carr fucking horrible.
Well, no, Derek Carr plays for the Raiders, right?
Saints.
No,
Saints.
Because the Saints
he may get benched. Yeah, he may get benched.
He needs to. He horrible.
Yeah, Carr may get benched.
I'm probably gonna say the same thing with Spencer Rattler too.
Because I think Allen is probably his make or break.
Rattler's making throws.
How the fuck do Allen still got a fucking job?
Rattler.
He been there about 5 years, man.
No.
Spencer Rattler is making throws that.
I know, Zoe. He's been there for a minute.
Yeah. Spencer's making throws in the practices that Carr can't make.
Yeah, but at the same time, it's OTA. That's why I don't pay attention to OTAs, man.
Yeah, but making a throw,
but
being able to make a throw and not make a throw.
The OTAs really get what OTAs are good for is really just for quarterbacks and wide receivers.
Yeah,
right. But Zoe, what I'm saying though, the ability not to make a throw in OTAs is going to show up more in a game than it will in OTAs.
I don't know. I just don't.
If he can,
different. You got a big ass 350 run up on your ass. Make that same throw now.
If you think about it, Catch, there's logic to that. But here's the thing, though: if you can make those throws in OTAs, but then when there's pressure, you can't make those throws. It's that narrative is
but if you can't make that throw when you're not under pressure, what makes you think you can?
What if he can't make it he can't make it with no pressure, but he can make it with pressure?
Yeah, I don't give a fuck about that shit.
Some quarterbacks play better when they're in the line of fire.
Yeah, stops us thinking.
Right. If you have to think too much, especially with a lot of these airhead motherfuckers playing in the league nowadays, if they
I don't think you like the new generation that much.
Is it obvious?
My bamboo pillow I put my head on every night is harder than some.
If they gotta think, we got a problem.
I think OTAs are good for defense to come together. Like they're
to get if you want to work on formations and stuff like that, maybe alignments, get the play call down, your audibles, get players, that type of thing. Yeah. Defense, though, you still got to hit in a lot of these defensive players because of what the NFLPA has come up with the NFL. The contact is at a minimum now. So literally, you guys don't hit, really?
Well, shit. The contact is so bad right now that they can wear those little foam patties during any
You can do that during the game now. You can wear those foam helmets.
I can't watch that, man.
Have you seen the new offensive lineman helmets? Them things that look like something out of friggin' Spaceballs? That helmet they make them look like the Elephant Man.
So those white things, you can wear them during a preseason game or in a
You can wear them during the game.
You can wear them during the game. If you're worried about concussions, you can put those things, those covers that they put on their helmets in training camp. You can now wear those during a game.
And LeBron's the GOAT.
You know what? Fuck it. It's the National Football Flag League.
It is.
It's a passing league. They don't care, dude. That's why you see all these flags and shit. Defense is defense.
Although there is one rule change that is probably going to help this year. You're going to see if they do it right, it's going to make a difference. But it's a weekly thing that you're going to be seeing teams do. The new kickoff rule.
Mm-hmm.
That's going to have a big effect. You're going to have now, if you're a Kenny Nwangu, be prepared because you're going to get a lot of returns in games.
Man, I'm so tired of hearing about his fucking name. I'm not lying to you, man.
Boy, so that's from my home state, Iowa State. Like, you should, man, you're running back from Iowa State. You should be doing something.
He from Ohio State?
Iowa State.
Iowa State.
Oh.
You should be, if you're running back from Iowa State, you should be doing something in this league.
Well, the Davis brothers never did anything. The Davis brothers never did anything.
What came out of Ohio State?
Iowa.
What came out of Iowa State? Who the fuck came out of there?
Brees Hall. David Montgomery.
Yeah, Montgomery's from Iowa State.
Man, them motherfuckers ain't shit.
You know what, Zoe? Just because they're not on the level of Michigan, goddammit.
That's okay though, because the guys who go to Michigan work. The guys who go to school at Michigan work for the guys who go to Iowa State.
hey, Zoe lucky Iowa Hawkeyes didn't have a fucking offense.
I'm lucky.
6 points.
They still got the search party out for that.
I know, right? I'm looking, Jesus, come on.
Okay, and I'm going to be honest with you. Iowa should have beat the Gophers last year, but they had that bogus fair catch call.
Yeah.
That was. Zo, don't nobody want to look at the damn Michigan poster, all right? Is that cool?
If Iowa had a quarterback, we'd be all right. How do you win 10 wins with averaging 14?
Is that Cornell that they're playing?
What's up?
Nebraska, I think.
That's Nebraska. No one cares about Nebraska.
Nebraska's not the same Nebraska that we grew up watching.
No, I just got that from somebody though, so I don't give a fuck.
Nebraska don't scare nobody anymore.
Nebraska lost their sauce when their old Raiders head coach became their head coach.
Oh, Callahan?
Yeah. The Gruden Bowl.
They should have never fired the guy who came from the guy who went to Ohio after he left Nebraska.
The guy from LSU? You mean?
No.
Who was the LSU coach that went there?
They went to Nebraska. It was what is his name? He's a big D. He's a defensive coordinator.
And then he went to Ohio and he turned Ohio around.
Yeah, I know. I know you're talking about. God,
yes, the guy before Bo Pelini. They fired this guy to hire Bo Pelini.
Oh, that's right. Yes.
Yeah.
I forget his name. I see his face. I forget his name.
Yeah.
I heard USC is not
They should
happy
never fire
that
him.
they got to play LSU as their first game this season.
Who's that?
Lincoln Riley. I heard he's having a think about having to play LSU as their first game this season.
Oh, because he's going to get embarrassed.
Who they quarterback?
USC's winning 8 games this year. That's tops.
They're gonna play LSU and just get smoked. They're gonna get beat up. That's probably what's going to
LSU quarterback.
Who?
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
He went from Pac-12. Now he's going to Big Ten defense. And
Defense. And plus, and say what you want about the Big Ten, but it's physical football.
That's defense.
Pac-10, the Pac, whatever it was, Pac-12, 16, 14, whatever, they're soft. That's like playing Madden.
Hey, yeah, I play Madden.
I used to. I don't anymore. I think it sucks, but they don't play defense. And now they're coming into the Big Ten, and USC, UCLA. Who was the other one? Oregon.
Frank Solich.
Zorich. Yep.
Frank Solich. Yeah, that was the guy that should never fired. Yeah.
I mean, those teams are all coming in now, and the Big Ten plays physical football.
Yeah, look at Nebraska.
Doesn't start against LSU. They start against Old Dominion.
Who? USC.
They start against Old Dominion. Southern Cal starts against LSU.
Who starts against LSU?
You said Southern Cal, right? Or Southern Cal starts against.
I thought Southern Cal did.
Right. Yeah, USC starts against Old Dominion.
Oh, that's a good one. That's probably their 6th or one of their 7 wins this year.
One of them, yeah. Who's the other Pac?
Zoe knows what I mean by Colorado. Zoe knows what I mean by USC.
Who's the other team that's in the Big Ten now?
Is that Colorado?
No, it's not Colorado. Colorado, I think, going to the Big 12.
Oregon and Washington.
Washington. Hey, I like Washington.
No, I went to the original USC, Cody. That's why I'm saying that.
Oh, okay.
South Carolina.
hey, I was in Columbia. When I was in Columbia last year, July.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, I went to the Tin Roof downtown.
Oh okay, yeah.
Yeah, but
5 points. Yeah.
5 points. Yeah, I had a dude pull a bag of. Never mind. I had a dude do something.
Yep. Yeah. No. I got you.
It was awesome. It was a good time. I was like, yeah, we're gonna do this.
Yeah. Shit, it's only 2 good teams in the Big Ten anyway right now.
Oh yeah, Ohio State, Michigan. It's been that way for 50 years, dude. Where you been?
Good teams, but there's good defenses.
I mean, when it was the Big Ten, it was called the Big 2, Little 8, because it was always either going to be Ohio State or Michigan to win it. Every now and then you would get an Iowa or a Michigan State, or a couple of years was Purdue, Northwestern.
I can't wait to play Ohio State again. I want their quarterback to throw 5 picks, Josh Jackson.
Where he come from?
I'm Iowa.
His mom
I'm talking about Ohio State quarterback.
Ohio State's quarterback is he's going to be a Heisman frontrunner this year.
Who?
I can't remember his name. He's gonna be high. He's gonna be a front runner. I know who he is. He's sat.
Is he a junior or senior?
I think he's a junior. He's gonna be really good this year. He
You
might.
think
He might be that. He might be that Joe Burrow pop up on the draft. Actually.
Oh, somebody better than right now. Ewers.
Yeah, I think Ewers still that's
Ewers
that
has not been good
second round
since he
pick.
Ewers has not been good since he cut his mullet.
You think
about
Ohio
Kyle
State will
McCord?
win the Big Ten?
Are you talking about Kyle
Ohio
McCord?
State. I don't. So I like Edwards. I like Edwards from Michigan. I think your quarterback is going to be the next Anthony Richardson in the draft. I hope it plays out in college football that Anthony Richardson from Florida was not good. It was bad. But I hope he plays out in the draft to where he gets drafted top 5. I just don't think in college football I like Edwards. I do like Edwards a lot.
So you think Ohio State gonna win the Big Ten?
It's gonna be between you or Ohio State. It's gonna come down to that last game again.
Yeah.
It always does and has since God knows when.
2010, baby, those Hawkeyes.
Like I said, it's always come down to Michigan and Ohio State. Every year you get like those teams that, like Iowa. Iowa changed when they got Hayden Fry. Hayden Fry got there and they started to get the recruits and they became competitive.
Yeah, they were asked before he got there.
They were asked before Hayden got there.
Iowa's been a good defense, the top 3 defense in the NCAA since 5 years already. It's 5 years straight. Like, but we got tight ends.
You know what Hall of Famer was played at Iowa? Defensive Hall of Famer was a Patriot for years.
Yep.
Andre Tippett.
Yep.
He played at Iowa.
Yep. Tippett.
Chuck
Long.
Paul Krause, baby.
Paul Krause was a quarterback.
Hey,
Paul Krause, here's the thing. Paul Krause was a quarterback at Iowa. His head coach was Jerry Burns.
Hey, interception leader.
You also had Wally Hilgenberg.
Do you think that's a record that will ever get broken?
No. That will never get broken.
No.
It's so the interception record it happened because the pass was just invented for some
And
reason.
you had a lot of very inaccurate quarterbacks who just did not have strong arms, and even the ones that did have strong arms, they weren't the most accurate. I mean, well, put it this way. Paul Krause played in an NFC Central division that featured Detroit, Green Bay, and Chicago.
Yep.
I mean, he caught passes from like third string. He caught interceptions from like third string quarterbacks his whole career because those teams sucked when it came to having
the pass was brand new. It was like that's like a new thing. Like, hey,
yeah, it's the AFL was everybody loved the AFL because they were throwing the ball. They came out throwing the ball. The NFL was run the ball, good defense. AFL was we're airing it out. That's why Joe Namath went to the Jets. You had Len Dawson, Daryl LaMonica, you had John Hadel. All the good quarterbacks were in the AFL.
Didn't Paul Krause intercept the ball in the Super Bowl?
Yeah, he picked off Len Dawson.
Yeah, buddy.
Who went to Purdue.
First Super Bowl,
Yep. Yeah, he picked him off.
Didn't
I
Bob
may be
Greasy
young,
go
but I
to
know my
Purdue too?
What's that?
Bob Greasy went to Purdue as well.
Yeah, Bob Greasy went to Purdue.
Did Drew Brees go to Purdue?
Yep.
Drew Brees went to Purdue.
Drew Brees played with my high school teammate at Purdue.
Oh,
I remember years ago there was the big talk of the best Purdue quarterback, Mark Herman. They said he was going to come into the NFL and tear it up. God, did he suck? Like God, did he suck?
Well, he wasn't even Jim Everett.
He wasn't even Jim Everett.
Yeah,
he was garbage.
I
know too much about Purdue quarterbacks for some reason.
I got a good feeling that Caleb Williams will be the next Cutler.
Until the Bears show that they can develop a quarterback, I don't have any confidence that Caleb Williams is being.
I think Jake Cutler was
about the Bears. You know how they've never had a 4,000-yard passer, and you know how Jake Cutler, before he went to the Bears his last year as a Bronco, he threw for 4,500 yards and then he went to the Bears, and he could never reach that 4,000.
Mm-hmm. Well,
he also had what's his name running the ball, Forte.
Yeah, Forte, and he had Brandon. He even had Brandon Marshall out there.
He had Brandon Marshall.
Yeah.
There's Thomas too.
Well, and face it, throwing at Soldier Field is a chore in itself. When
Did he have Muhammad?
And Mushin Muhammad for
Mushin was Kyle Orton and Grossman.
Oh, was it Grossman?
Yeah.
But what's crazy about those Bears that they make NFC Championship games without a quarterback. They don't need it
because they have defense.
Defense.
Yeah. This is a funny thing with the Vikings.
Didn't they go to the Super Bowl with Rex?
Yeah. They also had that defense.
Yeah.
But the problem was that Super Bowl was where Peyton Manning put on a clinic.
Oh, 100%.
He put on a passing
in the rain too.
In the rain.
Yeah.
That was also the best Super Bowl halftime show.
That was the Prince Super Bowl, right?
Best Super Bowl halftime, Prince.
Yeah, that was
the Prince Super Bowl.
Minnesota raise up.
Which, okay, it's raining out there, but everybody's in high heels on that wet ass stage, and nobody had an accident.
Mm-hmm. And I think Peyton Manning that year was the first quarterback in a Super Bowl era that actually, well, besides the past, like way back in the day, that had a good game. That actually had a good game. Besides, we just witnessed from Mahomes, like he won Super Bowl MVP, and then I think it went him, and then it went to Mahomes that won MVP. Like in between that, it was always someone.
Did Breeze get the MVP?
No, I don't think. No, I think what's his name got the MVP? The guy that picked the ball off and ran it back.
Oh, the cornerback. I don't even remember his name.
Yeah, he's the same guy that picked off Brett Favre.
Did Aaron Rodgers got the MVP though, right?
Yeah, because he ran for a touchdown.
Yeah.
But that's crazy.
Yeah, it's like the Bears. The Bears have always been kind of that old school throwback team. They win with running and defense. Even when they do get a good quarterback,
Drew Brees won. He won MVP.
Who did?
Drew Brees. He won.
He did get it. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
The hell did he do?
Well, here's what bothers me with the Vikings now. We're talking about we've got skilled position players, but for years this team's history has always been at the line of scrimmage, and we're not very strong on either side of the ball at the line of scrimmage this year. We're not.
I mean, I can't fault Flores for his defense. This is his defense on the line of scrimmage. I get what he wants, and I can see it. Offensive line, I think we weren't bad last year. I just think
top 15 offensive line last year.
Yeah. I think we're good on that. I think we're set. If we had Kirk Cousins this year, I think we'd be all right. It's just, and I'm not Kirk Cousins. I don't like Kirk Cousins. I think if we had Kirk Cousins,
well, he's better than Sam.
Please don't make me defend Kirk Cousins. I hate the bastard.
He's better.
I don't want to defend him either, but I think if we had Kirk Cousins this year, man.
But he's definitely better than Sam Darnold.
JJ develops, our O-line will be fine with JJ behind it.
Okay, so everybody's okay with Garrett Bradbury at center?
You hear them talking about the Vikings O-line ain't shit once we play a good defensive line.
Well, who's a good
We played against Sam.
What the Cowboys do?
Hey, shit, Christian Darrisaw. I seen what Chris Darrisaw like. Nope, I'm out. He left bro. He put Brandel in. It was over, bro. He's
last
like,
year,
I gotta go, bro.
The best defensive line they played last year was the 49ers, and the 49ers didn't do anything.
Yeah. They didn't.
Yeah, the 49ers didn't do anything.
What did Aiden Hutchinson do against the Vikings? Nothing.
Who?
Aiden Hutchinson, the guy from the Lions.
Who?
Well, see, you know what else I don't get is like the Lions, their defense is getting all this praise, and I'm like, they didn't even draft anybody to help Aiden Hutchinson.
They drafted 2 corners in the first and second round.
Yeah.
So, but you know what though? This is where if you're an offensive coach, this is the thing with offensive coaches now. Everybody's playing for the pass. Most front sevens can't handle the run, especially if you beat on them like they used to back in the day.
They signed my man though. They signed that big ass defensive tackle.
Who? Davenport?
DJ they got Davenport and they got DJ Redder.
Give a shout out to George. Thank you.
Oh, Reader from the Bengals?
Yeah.
Yeah, he don't do shit for me.
If we give a shout out to George.
Yeah,
I like Aaron Jones more than I got DG Reader.
Yeah.
I think Aaron Jones would have his best statistical stats. In his
DJ Reader, and are they playing a 4-3 or 3-4? The Lions.
They play 4-3.
Oh, you guys know what's a weird stat too? Josh Jacobs has never had a receiving touchdown.
Josh Jacobs is injured right now.
Already?
Already, baby. It's only OT.
Wait, they ain't even laced foot on shoulder pads yet.
Yeah, no, they haven't. He's already injured.
The Packers got rid of the better running back of the two. I'm sorry.
I never liked the Jacobs.
What did he do? Step on a gopher hole or something and got hurt?
I don't know what's going on with him.
I heard he was getting out of his car.
Oh God!
I don't like
Scotty.
How much of that contract was guaranteed? God.
But we're still waiting on Van Ginkel to get uninjured also.
Well, he's too busy starting a family.
Yeah, that's true. And I get it's the foot. It's the last game of the year. But where do you if you got Van Ginkel on the edge, you got Greenard on the edge, do you think Dallas Turner puts little hands in the dirt?
I think Dallas Turner's hands in the dirt.
What, D tackle or D?
No, defensive end.
Yeah.
Defensive end.
I think that's where we're gonna.
That's right. Here's the thing with Turner. Of all the edge rushers that they said could play with hands in the dirt, Turner was the one that they said could do it the most.
And that's why I'm not worried about the defensive line at all.
And put it this way, Turner has been compared to. He would have been compared to he's not as big as him, but Daniil.
And he got compared to Shaq Barrett.
And Shaq Barrett. Yep. But if you want to go old school as a downline, he could be that Chris Dolman type of defensive end.
Yeah, Cruz. Oh.
Didn't you guys hear Garrisol's comment about Turner that he was quicker than Hunter?
He's quicker than Hunter. He had a quicker spin move than Hunter.
Younger. Shit.
Yeah,
it wasn't against Garrisol though. So let's just
Jacob.
If it was Garrisol,
Jacob has a hamstring injury.
Yeah,
okay, has anybody noticed though with Dallas, he's got them long ass arms?
Yeah, he got long ass arms.
He's got really long arms. I'm like, okay, his biggest weapon could be to get his hands in the air.
Yeah, get him up
and make the quarterback throw over him. That helps too.
How tall is he?
What is he? 6'2"? 6'3"?
Yeah, he's 6'2", 6'3".
He's 6'2".
Yeah, 6'2", 6'3". He don't look heavy, but
Turner. His arms are 34 3/8.
Yeah, he's John Jones.
Yeah, he's got big arms.
He's John Jones.
Yep. So I mean, and now where do you line him up? Left or right?
I put his hands in the dirt. Put him on the inside.
But also, he can also play the pass.
He's 6'2", 247. He's got 9 7/8 hands, 34 3/8 arm, and 83. I think his reach is 83 inches.
That's massive.
He's kind of going to be your complete linebacker.
He's got a 6'11" wingspan.
Yeah,
he can 6'11" wingspan.
He's Micah Parsons.
He can play the pass.
I hope so.
That's going to help too.
I hope he played better.
People are praising Caleb, he's just going to come in and win the North, and I'm kind of like, did he struggle against defense?
He has a over 40-inch vertical, and he ran a 4.47.
Okay.
Yeah, Sarah, I think Caleb Williams is Caleb Williams. I think he's going to be. To me, Caleb Williams. He's going to be really good in this.
Hey, but here's the thing.
When he played against defenses that were good in college, he wasn't that good.
Okay, put it good, Sarah. there's not a defense in the Pac-10 that is comparable to an NFL defense.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't understand all this praise that he's just going to come in and, like, automatically, like, win the North. I'm like, when he played against, like, the good defenses, he struggled. And so how is he going to...
But
he did not look good against Notre Dame.
He probably struggled because...
I'm going to tell you this right now. We witnessed Josh Allen hurdle Anthony Barr, right? He came from Wyoming.
Yeah, but Josh Allen didn't wilt like Williams did when he faced a tough team.
Oh, he faced Iowa. He wilt.
Who did?
First game of the year.
He didn't play well, but he did not wilt. He didn't end up crying in his mama's lap after the game.
Well, that's after the game. That's not mid. That's not mid game. I'm telling you,
they got nothing to do with the game.
And then he never had the deer in the headlight look.
I don't know. And here's the thing, Caleb.
I watched Josh Allen because I watch Wyoming football because I love their colors, so I watch them. But he never panicked and like same reaction Caleb Williams had under pressure. I always thought Josh Allen was inaccurate. That's why I didn't think he'd be a good NFL quarterback because he was inaccurate. But pressure getting to him is not. He never reacted the same that Williams did under pressure.
I don't think Williams is going to face that this year because
here's the thing with Williams though. He's in Chicago. If he falters at all, the press and the fans are going to be on him like no tomorrow, and I don't know if he can handle that.
I think he can handle it. He's from
I don't know if mentally he can handle that.
And
I think he can handle it.
He's never played in cold. He's never played in cold weather.
That's going to be the biggest factor.
The thing is, no NFC North team. Us and the Lions. The Lions have 13 games this year in the dome, right? In a dome this year. We don't play a cold weather team until we play cold weather teams in the beginning of the year this year, so we're good with that. But Chicago, Chicago did what we've been wanting to do, I think, for a very long time. We wanted to draft a quarterback, and then we had the pieces around him already. Just place the quarterback, like what we do with JJ McCarthy right now, and what we're fighting with Justin Jefferson. They went out and got Keenan Allen, the safest throw you can ever throw in football. You can just throw it and it's safe. And you got DJ Moore, who made Justin Fields look really good. And then they added their offensive line, and their defense is still attacking.
What did Keenan Allen do for Herbert?
He went crazy.
I keep hearing this. I keep
he had
hearing
200 yards on us.
I keep hearing this. I keep hearing this that Keenan Allen is going to do all this with just what did the Chargers win when they had a better quarterback in Keenan Allen?
Who a better quarterback?
Herbert's way better than Williams.
You gonna say way better?
Way better.
Ain't seen him play
How
yet.
many throws has Williams made in the NFL?
I said we ain't seen him play yet.
Yeah, Williams. Yeah,
So-
you're looking at the same.
As of right now, Herbert is way better.
He ain't. Herbert is fucking trash.
You're looking
No,
at the
he-
safest throw in football right now is
No,
to
he's not.
Keenan Allen.
Herbert's
He
not
trash.
trash.
Herbert is trash.
Herbert, I don't think Herbert's trash.
Herbert's not trash though.
Okay, he ain't trash. He borderline. You can
No.
smell it.
No, he's
You
if
can smell
anything, Herbert is an average NFL quarterback.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I take that.
He's an average NFL quarterback.
Yeah.
If you're talking about trash quarterbacks in the NFL,
Yeah, he
Sam
average
Darnold.
quarterback. Yeah, he average quarterback.
who did you say?
Sam Darnold.
Okay, does not put Sam in the argument yet. Starting quarterbacks.
Just because he's our quarterback now.
I'm saying that because
he was trash fucking 5 years ago.
But Sam Darnold
okay, first of all, Darnold was never on my radar. I always thought he sucked.
You knew he was trash, though.
On the radar.
Yeah, I did know he was trash.
But here's the thing, though.
I did. I did.
Here's the thing, though.
I did know. Yeah, I had a lot of concerns about Darnold when he came out of college.
Sam Darnold and Caleb Williams went to the same school. Was Sam Darnold considered trash when he came out of Southern Cal? No.
No.
He was supposed to be the Jets. He was supposed to turn the Jets around. He was supposed to be everything they're saying about Caleb Williams. They said about Sam Darnold.
But
what is Sam Darnold is trash. So can Caleb Williams be a great quarterback in the NFL? Yes.
But you got to remember
Darnold. Yes. Our problem is what Sarah is saying is that people think just because his name is Caleb Williams that all of a sudden the Bears are going to be one of the best teams in the league when no one ever seen him play. He could be the next Sam Darnold or the Mitch Trubisky.
Or Bobby Douglas.
Yeah.
or he could be the next CJ Stroud.
Yeah.
He could be, but just to assume
right now that the Bears either tie us in the division or below the Bears.
Right, but just to assume that Caleb Williams is going to come in and just tear it up is.
Here's the thing, Caleb. They might have a good team. The Bears might have a good team. They got the wrong head coach.
Yeah, 100%. But they did add a offensive coordinator.
Still got the wrong head coach.
Yeah, the head coach is going to step aside, and the offensive coordinator is going to call.
You still got the wrong head coach, though.
I don't know.
And that offensive coordinator that they're like raving about, he wasn't the one that helped Geno become who Geno was. It was the Panthers head coach.
We say the same thing about KOC.
What are we saying about KOC? What did he say about KOC?
We didn't. He wasn't the one that won the Super Bowl. It was McVay.
It was.
No,
McVay.
I'm saying that there's the OC for the Bears. They're saying, oh, he's gonna be so great for Caleb when it wasn't. It was Dave Canales that helped Geno revive his career and helped Baker Mayfield revive his career. It wasn't Shane Waldron.
What did he do for Seattle?
Who?
That coach she talking about. What was he for
Shane
Seattle?
Waldron brought Geno Smith up.
Smith, yeah.
Shane Waldron did that.
Yeah.
But
Geno, here's the thing, though. Here's the thing with Geno. Geno always has some skills at quarterback. Geno, unfortunately, we remember him. Where did he play? The Jets. Where does Sam Darnold play? The Jets. Mark Sanchez, Jets. Chad Penny, Jets.
And he was the OC for what? For Seattle. And last year they had what? Their three. They had Njigba, Lockett, and Metcalf. They didn't really do anything.
They did.
Could also ran the ball though.
They did the year before.
Yeah, they ran the ball. All those.
That was Canales. That wasn't Waldron.
All those offenses ran the ball. That's the bottom. That's the whole thing. All of these offenses we're talking about ran the ball.
Well, the Jets did get derailed when Breece Hall got hurt.
Who got hurt?
When Breece Hall got hurt 2 years ago, that kind of derailed the Jets.
100%. Well,
yeah, that did. Yeah,
Jets was the Aaron Rodgers injury. Also.
Yeah, last year was Aaron Rodgers.
Rodgers has a weird something's wrong with his
foot.
heel.
His foot
could be arthritis.
He's got foot things. Well, it's when you strengthen up something weakens. So
yeah.
Like his Achilles, he was
I brought that up.
You overcompensate.
I brought that up, Cody, about all these Achilles injuries. About they're working all these other muscles and they're not working the Achilles, and there's more pressure on the Achilles, and the Achilles can't handle it. So that's why it snaps.
And
and I got to be honest with you, I don't see the former guy that we had at quarterback as like this workout warrior. That's why he's probably another injury waiting to happen.
And that's why. And so I have more faith in Aaron Rodgers doing a good year than I do have.
Aaron Rodgers is a better quarterback than Cousins.
Well, no, because Kirk Cousins' injury happened off that lead foot. So when you want to drive the football, you got to step on that lead foot to drive that football. Aaron Rodgers happened on the back end, so he doesn't need to it's a difference with Achilles injuries.
If both of them had mobility problems before, it's tenfold now.
Well, Aaron Rodgers, he was running the ball at 36 years old, 35 years old.
He ain't running no more.
He's still got that.
Well, he has not. Aaron Rodgers has not been the same since he ran into a bar.
We better hope that we make it out of that stadium against the Giants with no injuries. Do you know how many people got injured with season-ending injury on that freaking field last year?
Oh, that field's always been cursed. That was cursed when it was the original.
But we're undefeated. We're undefeated in London.
No, I'm talking about.
No, she's talking about the week one against the Giants.
Yeah, I mean, that was, from what I understood, the land was either chemical waste burial ground or mob burial ground. So
both.
Yeah, there's a bunch of mobsters buried under that stadium.
We better be uninjured throughout the whole year with the new turf they threw down in the U.S. Bank.
They got new turf again?
Yeah, they put new turf down.
They just got new turf 2 years ago.
Right?
Well, you know what? Here's how you solve the problem. Just fucking make it grass.
Make it grass.
Yeah.
And some dirt, dude. Get. You don't need to bounce off the field. Just get tackled and lay where you're at.
Yeah.
Like fuck turf. I hated playing on turf. I remember state finals.
I tore my Achilles playing at the Metrodome, so I have no love for turf.
Yeah, but turf got injured.
You bounce. You skip off the field on turf. You're like, you bounce. It's
yeah.
Turf got injured on grass.
Well, lucky for me, I never had the
Lambeau Field must be, because Brian O'Neill got hurt on Lambeau too.
I never had the unpleasure of playing on a non-grass surface.
You bounce. State finals, you bounce. Like you skipping.
Because I grew up in Florida, and there's hardly any artificial fields in Florida.
Here's the thing: what they're doing with the high school fields up here, they've all went to turf. Mm-hmm. They took up all the grass, and most of your high schools now, even like the small towns, all have turf fields.
Why they like turf so much?
Because there's no care. And here's the deal: you can, with most stadiums, especially if you got a soccer team, you can play on both fields. Mm-hmm. The lines are permanent, and there's very little wear. There's very little care for it. It's
the initial upfront cost is more. But in the long run, it's way
in the long run, you don't have to pay for maintenance or anything like that. And I remember, like, when I was in high school at our old field, beginning of the year, nice grass. After 2 games, no more grass. It's a mud field.
I remember on turf fields, you pull your cleat off, it's just black pellets.
Exactly. Well, the worst is when they get in your eyes. They get kicked up in your eyes and shit, and you're like, what the fuck? God,
yeah, bro.
They get in your shoes, your tape. You're taking off tape, and you're these little rubber pellets coming off, and it's a pain in the ass. It really is, you know. But yeah, it's little wearing little. They don't have no care. Nobody has to take maintenance. There's no maintenance. That's one cost that they avoid is the maintenance cost.
And the
I don't know, I think
money.
Everybody has the Lions winning the division automatically, but I don't know. I think the division's up for grabs.
It is up for grabs. It is. Here's the thing. Everybody's going off of what they did last year. This is what I tell people. It's a new year. Nobody gives a fuck what you did last year.
And the Lions are playing a first place schedule.
Yeah, you got to prove it this year. You're not
actually. According to PFF, we have the top 5 worst hardest schedule in the league.
No, we're tied for 16th. If you go by
well, not PFF. We're 5th.
Cody, stop reading PFF.
I know. But our GM reads it, so I gotta read it.
Well, okay,
so here's why I think this is the same reason why Tony doesn't like PFF. The reason why I do not like PFF is because, number one, your eyes usually tell you something different than what their grade tells you.
Bingo.
And the reason why some people get a bad grade and some people get a good grade is because, well, this player, if you look at the play design, this is the route that should have been done, or this is what should have happened on this play. So therefore, this is why that player gets that grade. PFF has no goddamn clue what the coach told that player to do.
Yeah, they don't.
So the coach could be like, perfect play, man, perfect play. That's what I wanted you to do. PFF is like, what the hell is he doing? Mm-hmm. That's why you can't do the PFF grade, you know. And you literally have a guy who has 3 tackles for loss, 2 fumble recoveries, and lead the team in tackles
and get a low grade.
But then you got a guy who gets forklifted back into the quarterback slap 5 times a game, and he's the highest rated center in the NFL.
Garrett Bradbury.
So
yeah, like Danielle Hunter always rates bad. I'm just like, what the hell?
Well, if you went by PFF last year, Garrett Bradbury's ready for the NFL Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
No way. Yeah,
and Ivan Pace was the worst undrafted free agent pick out there.
They had Cody. Literally, they had Garrett Bradbury graded higher in most games than Christian Darrisaw.
I think Kelsey was the only center. I think Kelsey was the only center that they ranked higher than Bradbury.
Yeah.
Can we? Well, we're talking offensive line now. Can we get Ingram off the?
Ingram was the best guard last year.
Ingram was the best guard.
He played good last year.
Yeah. Your real problem in the
quarterback.
Your real problem in the interior was Bradbury.
Yeah. Once Ingram stopped stepping on the quarterback's foot,
or just like uses his non-dominant hand to swipe, fumble. Oh shit! There's a fumble.
But I think
he did. Yeah, how many fumbles did Ingram cause?
Maybe he was overcompensating for the center.
Well, don't forget he also who played center that first game of Tampa? Was it Schlappman that was playing center?
Yeah, I think it was the first 5 games.
Yeah, Schlappman played the first 4 games.
Yeah. So the guy who's sounds like he owns a deli is no longer with the team. So
what I think what happened was because the Niners game was the 5th game of the year.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's when Bradbury stepped in, and they're like, oh yeah.
Well, the communication was better because Bradbury's the starter. Yeah, and he's been the starter for years. That doesn't mean he's a better player.
I know, but that's what scares me with Cashman wearing the green dot. Like
what?
Do you know how to communicate with these dudes? Like pasted.
It's a whole new defense, so everybody's on the same page.
Well, Flores says he only used about 13% of his playbook last year.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's a whole new. He's got players that he wants in his scheme. So now everybody at the OTAs is on board. Yeah. So if they're not there, it's up to them to hurry up.
I think isn't JJ the only one who didn't show up?
Yeah.
JJ. Yeah. Well, there's a lot of players throughout the league that didn't show up.
Well, for the Vikings, I think JJ is the only one who didn't show up.
Yeah. Well, and now here's the thing too: if the NFL gets their way, these things are going to be history.
100%.
Yeah. So. Oh, they want to get rid of the OTAs. They go to 18 games. They're going to get rid of the OTAs.
Yeah. When season start?
Well, but probably what they want to do, though, what they want to do is they want to get rid of all the mini caps. They want to get rid of all the OTAs and just start like in the middle of June and just run into the end of the year.
The season will start like it usually does, but the Super Bowl will be the day before President's Day, which is a national holiday, which is what the NFL wants.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So, but here's my thing: if you're going to do that, then when you go into the playoffs, nobody has a bye.
I don't like that no bye week shit. I don't like that.
I don't like that no bye.
Yeah, I don't like how the number 2 seed don't get no bye week no more. I don't like that shit.
Number 2 don't get a bye now.
I know what I'm saying. I don't like that.
But here's the thing, though: if you're going to extend it, if you're going to extend the season, that means you're going to add another team to the playoff pool.
Hey, what is wrong with 2 byes? Because college football, they didn't even play 18 games and they get 2 byes.
Because
my thing is, why play for the number 1 seed then?
For home field advantage.
Home field advantage.
Get your bye in there too.
Here's the thing: you get rid of the bye,
or I don't think they'll get rid of the bye for the playoffs.
They're going to have to figure out something because if you're adding another team, which you're going to do, you can't go in an 18-game season with 7 playoff teams.
Well, if they go to 8, 1 and 2 will have the week. 1 and 2 will have the bye week again.
They want to bring back the 1 and 2 bye again.
They need to.
Okay, then what do you? Okay, so then
There shouldn't be 8 teams in the playoffs regardless. There should only be 6. Let's bring back the 6.
You got your 4 division winners and your 2 wild cards. That's the way it should be.
That's how it, always.
That's the way it should be.
But they're going to make it all division winners.
But guess what? If you increase the playoff pool, guess what?
More money.
Increases else. More money, more TV time. It's all about money.
This is why I hate the 12-team playoff in college. Just make it 6. You got the big 5 winners of those divisions are in, and then you got the one outlier.
Does that start this year or next year?
This year.
It starts this year.
Starts this year?
Wow. Yeah, it should be 5 big 5s and the guy from the outlier.
Well, there's no big 5 anymore. The Pac-12 is dead.
Or how about just the top 6 teams with the best record?
Pac-12 is dead.
Because then it'll be the Big 10 versus the SEC every year.
No, I'm talking about the NFL.
Oh, if you have the NFL, then it'd be.
You'll have your 4 division winners, and you'll probably have 4 wild cards.
So you could literally have a whole team.
I mean, you only have.
You can literally have the whole division.
Half a division goes in, and it's crazy. That's crazy to me.
But no, what I'm saying,
here's what you're gonna do.
If you have 8 teams in the NFL, you could literally see all of the Nfc North make the playoffs.
Or what they'll probably do is start the season, which they used to do before. You start the season before Labor Day. Usually, it's been after. It's the Thursday after Labor Day that the season starts.
Well, I think you're right. I think they want the President's Day holiday.
They want that President's Day holiday because they think everybody's got that day off, which isn't true. There are people that have to work on President's Day. It's a federal holiday, but there are people that have to work.
It's that Monday. It's that first Monday.
Usually Monday, the 3rd Monday in February, 2nd or 3rd.
It's in February.
Yeah, 2nd or 3rd. Oh, it's the 2nd, I think. It's the
2nd Monday in February.
Because like Memorial Day, almost everybody has that day off unless you don't work.
Yep.
So.
But here's the thing, though. Now what you're doing is you're shortening preseason to 2 games. This is where the logistics get weird now.
Because Roger Goodell says he wants to keep it at 20 games.
Yeah, he wants to get rid of the 2 preseason games.
Well, he wants to eventually go to no preseason, which means he's looking 20 games regular season.
Okay, if you have no preseason,
awesome.
Product is going to take a drastic dive.
Right, but that's why he's saying 18 games in 2 preseasons, and instead of 17 and 3, it's 18 and 2.
Okay, so which owner has got their hand up Goodell's ass, making him say this shit?
Jerry Jones.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'm not mad about no preseason games. Like that makes the draft more sophisticated.
Well, the reason why preseason is important is because preseason is not going to separate the top 37, 38 on the roster.
Ready.
It's the bottom part of the roster that preseason really because you need depth in the NFL. So you want to see what a guy can do during not just practice but in game action. Even though
this is the problem with the NFL now. With the analytics, you don't need to look at a game because there's nobody looking at these games that knows what the fuck is going on. So they'll look at a list of players and they'll be like, okay, what were his numbers in college? What were his numbers here? What was his numbers there? Let's sign him. And he's probably not even a fit.
I think if you don't have any preseason games, Quessie's out of a job. Because you bring in the 2 DFAs, bro, and like I get it. I want every player who enters the draft, doesn't get drafted, to get on a team, and you want that 90-man roster.
That's another thing. If they go to 18 games, they got to expand the rosters. They can't keep it.
You need the preseason games to get your body ready for the season.
The roster is already 65.
It's 53.
Right, but only 48 can dress on game day.
Then you dress 55. Yeah, it ain't hard. Oh, also, by the way, NFL teams dress 3 quarterbacks.
They do that now.
No, they don't.
Yeah,
they do. Dress them, but technically they're not.
Not anymore.
Oh, they did. They changed it.
Yeah.
Since when happened to the Niners?
Yeah, the third quarterback is considered an emergency.
The emergency.
Not even an emergency anymore. He's on.
He should be.
He's not even counted. I don't think he's counted against the 53.
No, he's counted. But he's
hold on, guys. I'll be right back.
But if they move the Super Bowl, won't they interfere with the NBA All-Star game?
I don't care about the NBA.
No one cares about the NBA.
I care about the NBA because our fucking Timberwolves were in the Western Conference Finals this year.
Look at the ratings of the NFL. Look at the ratings of the NBA.
I don't care. No, Minnesota sports, baby. Minnesota sports all day. That's what
I know the NBA All-Star game. I know the All-Star game do good. Everybody be fucking me messing with it.
I'm Minnesota. I got
you live in Minnesota?
I lived in Iowa, but I'm in Minnesota. I'm in the Army right now. I'm a fucking drill sergeant down here in Georgia.
Oh, okay.
I'm a Minnesota Timberwolves fan. I'm a Stars fan because they fucking moved. But
who the fuck is the Stars?
Dallas now. They're moving on, but they're gonna choke.
I'm saying, what is that? Baseball?
No, hockey.
Hockey.
Oh,
fuck the Stars.
Yeah, I know. I hate.
I didn't like Cowboys fans that were annoying, but it's not. It's a Dallas thing because Mavericks fans are fucking annoying as hell too.
Yeah, they are. Luka deserves his championship.
I don't know. I got Boston in 6.
I got Dallas in 6. Bro.
Yeah, I don't think Boston's gonna win it.
I got Dallas in 6.
That Kyrie and Doncic matchup is.
Doncic, but I just think
I don't like how he cries about everything though.
That's the NBA, Sarah.
He didn't cry. He didn't cry last night. I tell you that. He just.
But I don't know though. I just think the Minnesota Timberwolves and Dallas was a bad matchup for Minnesota for real.
I think it was because Dallas. I think the Timberwolves need another point guard.
The Suns were actually the worst matchup for the Timberwolves in the playoffs, but the Suns didn't play the way they needed to beat the Timberwolves.
Yeah,
I think the Suns thought this is the Timberwolves. Timberwolves ain't nothing. We'll just show up and beat them.
The Suns ain't shit.
Yeah, Suns ain't.
But by the way, the Suns, the players the Suns have, and the system that they run, it doesn't match up well with the way the Timberwolves play. But the Suns didn't run that.
My problem with the Timberwolves was when Conley went out, their only point guard, Kyle Anderson, a 6'9" forward, was their point guard. That was my biggest problem. Like, get another point guard on that fucking court. Go get Chris Paul. Chris Paul's a free agent. I don't care how old he is. But Conley was fucking 36. He started the playoffs, got that team going. Get another 36-year-old in there. Get another point guard.
That was a bad matchup.
It was bad. Like, Kyle Anderson can't drive.
It wasn't that bad though, because those first 3 games they lost by by 3 points and all that. So it was more of they just couldn't close out the game because they were leading in the fourth quarter.
I know, and I know that. But when the point guard left the court, the Wolves were giving up. They gave up a 20-point lead. They gave a 12-point lead. Look at the Nuggets game when Conley was out. We lost by 24, I think we was against the Nuggets. Like, you need another point. You can't have Kyle Anderson being the guy driving the ball.
I mean, you can't play every minute of every game.
Yeah, you need another point guard. Get another point guard.
I just feel like this Boston year this year though. They've been knocking on the door for a minute.
They have. So has Luka. Luka is hungry.
What did he do? What did he do last year?
What did he do yesterday? That motherfucker went 4 for 5.
Didn't they lose in the Western Conference Finals last year?
I don't think they made it last year.
No, it was the Western Conference Final.
Yeah, it was Lakers and
that was the year before.
No, that was the year before.
That was last year.
No, Lakers and Nuggets were the year before.
No, the Mavericks been in a conference finals
2 straight years. Mavericks have been in 2 straight years.
Mavericks was the year before.
Luka is the greatest player in NBA right now that hasn't won a championship. I'll put it out there. He is.
Well, I mean, he technically wasn't a rookie either when he came into the league.
No, he wasn't.
Yeah. That dude's been playing professional since he was like 15.
Mm-hmm. That's crazy, though. He's a fat white dude.
Did Dallas even make the playoff last year?
Dallas made the playoffs last year. They went there. They went to the conference finals.
No, they didn't. It was the Lakers.
Yeah, y'all tripping, man.
No, look it up.
I'm about to right now. I don't think they even made the fucking playoff.
Dallas went the year before, and then last year they were injured.
What year is that?
I think last year was 2023. Sorry, bro.
So I'm not meant to. I could be wrong because basketball is not my strongest sport.
It was Lakers and Nuggets.
Yeah.
Lakers didn't make the playoffs last year. Last year.
Yes, they did. They lost to Denver, remember?
When did they lose to Denver?
Last year. I think, yeah,
Well,
they did.
I just looked it up. It was the Lakers and Nuggets last year. And
Nobody trusts me because
so the
I'm a
Mavs were
champ.
the year before.
Okay. There you go.
I told you guys that, but nobody trusts me because I'm a champ.
No. It's just I don't know basketball. I'm not. If my Hawks,
When it comes to basketball, I don't even open my mouth.
If my Hawks are not playing, I don't watch.
I'm not I don't watch basketball. I'm not as seriously as other sports, so I don't.
Yeah.
I don't talk about it.
Luka does deserve a championship.
He gotta wait his turn, man.
Wait his turn. He been waiting his turn.
What the hell is this wait this turn shit?
You gotta wait your turn, man. This Boston time, man. Y'all know Boston been knocking that door about 5 years.
Boston's got 18 fucking champions. Fucking Boston can suck it.
Damn.
Hey, Luka, I think Luka.
Wait his fucking turn. Get the fuck out of here.
Luka last night.
Yeah, you sound like a fucking Yankee fan. Oh, we got 27 World Series and we haven't had one in 5 years. It's fucking sucks.
When Luka lost Game 4 and Game 5, he started those threes. He was the angry face. He was like, "It's over. I'm taking it over. I'm gonna win this game."
I actually had a Yankee fan tell me that I saw a Yankee fan. He was wearing his Yankee shit, and they're talking about how the Rangers won it last year. And the guy's like, "Yeah, I'm glad you guys Rangers won it, because we're fucking due for one." I'm like, "You fucking motherfucker!
Yeah, fuck you.
27 championships, and you say you're fucking due? Fucking fuck you!
Fuck you, Yankee."
Yeah, Yankee fans are the worst, and they've actually bought their last few championships. So fuck them.
Fuck the Yankees. Fuck the Astros for fucking cheating when that was Minnesota's year. That was Bomba year, baby. Twins should have won that world. Should have went all the way through as Bomba year. We had Sanu.
We had no pitching that year.
Woody, what state do you cheer for? Where do their sports teams live? You cheer for Minnesota teams, right?
Yeah, 100%.
Guess what? We don't win shit.
Look at my
that
tag.
Bomba squad had no pitching.
One more choke.
We should have a ton of championships by now in every sport. We ain't got shit.
The only thing Minnesota has.
We're gonna
the only thing that Minnesota has.
Or the WNBA.
Well, and the Lakers got all our basketball championships, which, by the way, LA, you're welcome.
So do the Stars. The Stars got our championships, too.
The only thing that Minnesota can claim is being the last college football team to win 3 state championships.
What?
What did the Gophers do?
I said the Minnesota is the only state that can claim of having a team to win 3 straight championships.
With 3 national championships?
Yeah.
Do you know that was before World War II?
It don't matter.
I was gonna say, when
It
was
still
that?
counts.
It still counts.
If the Packers talk about if the Packers could win about winning championships in 1929, we could talk about the Gophers.
Okay, catch. I'm going to put this out here. Listen to me, lifelong Minnesota fan. Do you know? On one hand, I can count in my lifetime, and keep in mind I'm 57. How many times the Golden Gopher football team has beat Michigan in my lifetime on one hand?
Don't matter. We got.
That's because Michigan cheats.
And guess what? In my lifetime, on one hand, I can count how many times we've beat Ohio State.
I'll still take the 3-peat over that.
That's my lifetime, catch.
If it involves a whistle, Minnesota don't win a championship. Oh my God. If there's a whistle involved in the sport, Minnesota don't win.
Well, if it's yeah. So guess what? There's officials in all sports, so we're fucked.
Yeah, like
baseball. Baseball, they don't use
Mavericks,
whistles.
man.
Baseball,
that was bullshit.
Well, you know what though? I cut the Twins some slack because yes, we won 2 World Series. They can't take that away from us.
Well, there's no whistles in baseball.
Actually, technically, the franchise has 3 championships.
Who?
The Twins.
Oh, you count the Senators?
Well, Major League Baseball does. So technically, they have 3.
Oh, that's right. The Senators were
Yeah.
Don't the Lynx have aren't wouldn't the Lynx be considered a dynasty?
5, I think. Right?
The Lynx got like 4 or 5.
Yeah, we have a dynasty here. Nobody just cares about them.
The hell, them bitches old as hell.
You know, Sarah. You know why?
Caitlin Clark.
Hell, Sarah.
Caitlin Clark, dude. We got.
Hey, Sarah. Women don't.
You know what? Guess what? The Lynx had Maya Moore, dude.
Hey, Caitlin Clark.
Maya Moore.
She played for Minnesota?
Yes, Maya Moore was with the Lynx.
Who the fuck is the Lynx?
Oh, Jesus.
Oh, my Lord. A dynasty. We were a dynasty.
I'm saying, who was the Lynx, though? That's Minnesota Lynx?
Yeah, Minnesota Lynx.
WNBA and WNBA.
WNBA.
And that who Caitlin Clark play for?
No,
Caitlin Clark plays for
the Fever.
Indiana.
The Fever.
Yeah.
Oh, Indiana. Okay.
Mm-hmm. She plays for the Fever.
Yeah, worst team in basketball. I can say that, right? Way bad.
Well, I mean, they had the first pick, so they are the worst team.
Yeah, so they took her.
And they still are the worst team.
I think they had like 4 first round picks.
I don't know about no WNBA. Y'all.
All I got to say is that my team beat Iowa's ass. So
26-0. You guys averaged 40 points a game. Calm down.
What's that football?
Calm down. The defense was there. We just couldn't score a touchdown.
Was that football?
No. I'm talking about the women's college basketball championship.
Oh, fuck you.
Oh, yeah.
Jesus. That was actually the first time. I think that's probably the first time we've ever watched college women's basketball.
Well, not me. My alma mater is good.
I didn't watch
Don Staley's probably the greatest female head coach, one of the greatest female head coaches ever.
You ain't lying.
Hey, she good.
Yeah,
everybody watching that shit this year.
Oh yeah, 100%. It's Caitlin Clark. She's out there.
Everybody thought Caitlin Clark was going to do the Gamecocks what she did to everybody else. Gamecocks have lost 1 game in 2 years.
Yeah. No, I knew she wasn't gonna beat them.
Yeah.
She went to WNBA, and now we're looking at highest numbers of all time. That's ridiculous.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
The
highest numbers, but I don't know. I still don't watch.
But here's the thing, though. They're still losing money for the NBA. The WNBA makes a profit of $5 million a year. It costs the NBA, I think, like 70 something to run it.
Yeah, they're definitely. I mean, it's the NBA though.
Yeah.
NBA is still making bank though.
Yeah, NBA all get
not off the WNBA, not off the WNBA, but they are making.
Yeah,
they're still making money. Well, it's
this way. They're not losing money.
No,
they're not losing. So as long as they're still making a profit,
they're gonna keep playing.
They're gonna keep playing.
Yeah, they're gonna keep the.
They're gonna keep playing.
Yeah.
And I'm telling you right now, don't be surprised if the UFL becomes the official farm team for the NFL.
That's what it should
I went to like 3 or 4 games this year. It's not bad football.
That's what it should be.
Not bad football at all.
The G League. It should be the G League. It should be a developmental fucking program.
But here's the thing, though, with the NFL. Why do you need a developmental league when you got the NCAA?
Yep.
There's no. Why do you have an NCAA?
Well, because.
Well, now and also here's the thing: NCAA now those players are getting paid, so you might as well just make them minor league.
I can tell you why. I can tell you why. I kind of feel that they're shifting in a different direction. The salary cap is the thing right now, but the contracts for the contracts are surpassing the salary cap at this point.
There needs to be an NIL cap in college football.
The salary cap is set in stone. It gets raised every year, right?
Yeah.
But I don't think they can raise it fast enough for these contracts to be raised.
But here's the thing: the ones that are getting paid the most, unfortunately, in football, quarterbacks and wide receivers. That's what's
and
killing
it's a passing league. That's what I'm
As
saying.
a passing league, that's
Yes.
what's killing it. So what you
Yes.
really need to do is set aside money for a quarterback and leave that money just for a quarterback.
Make it the
They won't
NBA.
do it.
Make it the NBA. Make it luxury tax for these rich ass
Well,
owners.
those owners ain't gonna do that. What are you talking
I
about?
know they're going
are-
to have to do it if you want a good team.
Those NFL owners would laugh you right out of the meeting. Matter of fact, you'd be barred from the building.
Good. I'm happy for it, but that's what should happen. If
Well, they're billionaires
that's
for
what
a
they're
reason.
pushing for.
Yeah, they're billionaires for a reason.
You do realize that people,
Who's
the richer,
paying for the
okay,
Wrong.
okay,
Yeah.
Just so you know, I don't know if you know this, Cody. You probably do. The more money you make, the less of it you spend.
Who's paying the luxury tax for the Timberwolves? Is it going to be Glenn Taylor, or is it going to be Rodriguez and Laurie?
I don't think they're still buying the team.
They're not invited. They're going into litigation now because Glenn backed out of the sale, and Laurie and
He's
A-Rod.
like, man, this team is good. I don't want to sell them now.
I don't want to sell now.
Yeah.
Profit flip.
But here's the thing though, Laurie and A-Rod are probably moving his team to Seattle.
No, I don't think so. I don't think they're not.
Seattle wants a team, so unless they get a new team.
Well, I think is going to happen is the NBA is going to expand. I think NBA, and they need to expand.
How many teams are there now? 30?
Yeah, they need to expand.
So if they expand Seattle and Las Vegas, wouldn't like teams have to move to the East?
They want to have, I think, all four major teams.
They're also gonna look at see who's making any money.
All four major sport leagues want to get. I can't remember if it was 36 or 34, but all four leagues want to be at either they're all going to be at 34 or they're all going to be at 36.
Yeah, and that's you see the reason from it from us going to London. We want to put a team in London.
That's what all four.
That whole thing with London. Now here's the thing: they're trying to work out logistics with. I don't think it's going to work.
The only way it'll work is if you have a division for European teams.
Shad Khan wants to move the Jaguars over there.
Yeah, and
is that why they have so many London games?
Yeah, he need to. They ain't
actually,
there should be zero teams in
You want to know what? And London wants a Super Bowl. You know why London wants a Super Bowl? Not only for tourism,
baby.
Guess what? Gambling is a motherfucker over there.
But if the NFL was smart, they would actually put teams in Germany because they actually like American football in Germany. Most of the fans who are at the London games are American people who have gone over for the game. In Germany, it's mostly people who are from Germany.
You ever been to Germany?
Once.
That motherfucker's desolate, man.
Yeah, Germany has been. Germany is just, from what I've heard, it's not
a. I mean, it's a fun time. Like
it's damn near third world.
Yeah, it's a third world. It's basically a third world, bro.
Yeah, it's damn near third world.
When I was over there for the army, it wasn't good.
Were you in Berlin?
I'm about to get out of here, y'all.
Dillslick. I was in Dillslick.
Okay. Yeah, all right, Zoe.
I'll see y'all
later, man.
All right.
But yeah, I mean, it's England. You go to London, and plus they work with the U.S. and everything. But their gambling over there is off the chain. They gamble on everything. Mm-hmm. And now that the NFL's in bed with the gambling, that's where they're going to go, where they can gamble.
It's crazy too to me because like they punish their players for gambling when gambling came out. Like for the NFL, like sports books, and they're just fucking.
Well, how long have they had the point? How long have they had the line in the NFL?
What do you mean?
This team's favored by 5. This team's.
That's been forever.
But the gambling, but that is purely for gambling purposes.
Yeah.
And if I were you, I would put $100 on every single Vikings game this year.
But remember, also,
I have a buddy of mine. He wins money every year, and I don't know why I don't do it. He puts $200 on every team to win the Super Bowl.
Yeah, that's the way to do it.
And he wins money every.
We can't gamble here in Minnesota, so we can't
Yeah, they keep shooting it down.
Well, he flies to Vegas
every time it comes up. They keep shooting it down.
Yeah, he flies to Vegas.
What's crazy is we're underdogs, but 3 games. I put $100 on every single game.
I think the Vikings. I think the Vikings will be favored in 4 games.
Yeah. No, we were not favored in 4 games.
No, I said by time the season comes around, yes.
Yeah,
I think they will be.
But right now, I would put $100 on every single game because we're only favored in 3 games.
Well,
what are the Vikings Super Bowl odds?
They're not even favored in the Lions. They're not even favored against the.
What are they? Are they low? Is it low?
It's 3 games. We're favorites in 3 games. You're looking at. I'm gonna guess 20,000 to 1.
Apparently, we're dog shit next year.
Yeah,
that's what everybody is saying.
We're underdogs against the Giants. Bet now. I would bet the Giants game if I'm a gambler, which I am, and I'm gonna bet a game. I'm betting the Giants game right now, which I did. I'm gonna how is the Giants not one of the 3 games which I'm an underdog in? What the fuck? I bet it.
What would the over under be, 45.5, 43.5?
Oh, right now we're plus. I think we're plus 110. I think it's 110 plus 110. It's winning money now.
Money.
You bet.
How the hell? Here's the thing. Why the hell are they putting up numbers and motherfuckers ain't even had training camp yet?
Yeah, I bet it right now. We're underdogs in 14 games this year. I bet every single game right now before the season starts because you're gonna win at least your money back. That's ridiculous to me. That we're gonna win. But
here's the funny part too. The NFL is worried about players betting on games, right?
Mm-hmm.
They've never looked at coaches. They've never looked at officials.
I don't think they look at. I think they look at coaches, but officials.
The officials are the ones that can make or break a game.
Oh yeah, that Chiefs game, that fucking pass interference is bullshit. I looked at that. I was like, dude, I'm a gambling motherfucker, dude, and I watched that play and I was like, whoa.
Have you noticed? Have you also noticed that there are no blowouts anymore?
There's none.
There's never a blowout.
Not anymore. No. You can tell me that Lamar Jackson without a single wide receiver is going to fucking win the fucking MVP? Get out of here. It's ridiculous.
Well, they did run up the score on the Lions last year, though. They did do that.
So here's the Super Bowl. Here's the Super Bowl odds.
Yeah, we're at what are we at?
There's only 4 teams below Minnesota.
What site is this?
We're underdogs in 14.
This is draft.
DraftKings.
Yeah, DK. Yeah. We're underdogs in 14 games this year. We're the 4th.
Can you guys read it now?
I can see it. Yeah.
Yeah.
So.
Bet it.
So the Vikings are 8,000 to 1.
8,000 to 1.
So these are the teams below them right here. That's it.
I'd bet it.
How the hell is Washington ahead of us?
No. Washington down. So Washington, Arizona, the Raiders, the Giants, the Broncos, the Titans, the Panthers, and the Patriots. That's it.
Bet it. I would bet
We're the same as the Saints.
I'd bet it. I already threw $100 on every single.
And I got into an argument with somebody on here. And I can't remember who it was. About the odds and how I'll tell you. Well, I don't think the Lions are going to be as good as people. He's like, well, the Lions are Vegas has the Lions at whatever. I said no. I said yes. Vegas has them at the favorites, but it's not Vegas who's putting them there. It's the average Joes who are putting them. And I tried to explain this to him. Yeah, I tried to explain it to him. He's like, Vegas has it. Vegas. I said, Vegas does what the bettors are telling them to do.
Yeah.
So if you have the average Joe guy walking off the street putting all his money on the line,
I'm going to tell you something right now. There's a bunch of people that are going to go.
Where are the Sharks putting their money? Where are the Sharks putting their money?
I would.
There's a bunch of people going broke because they're going to bet on the Lions and they're going to get burned bad.
Where the question is, where are the Sharks putting their money?
Mm-hmm. That's what you got to look at.
Yeah,
and
don't look what the average Joe coming on and off the street is putting in.
Yeah, I love. So that's my thing. I like looking at lines. Like this UFC fight this weekend. You got Islam tomorrow versus
What's
Dustin.
the Tyson fight?
Tyson's it got postponed.
Did it get postponed indefinitely?
It got not indefinitely. It got postponed
because he had that
ulcer
medical thing. Yes. Okay,
and I don't think it's going to happen. I'm going to put a bet that it's not going to happen.
Probably
it's
not going to happen.
Well, that's good for Jake Paul.
Yeah,
that is good for Jake
because
Paul.
Who they talked to? They talked to a former boxer, and he said the last thing to go is your power.
Yes. And what was crazy, Jake Paul lost to a professional boxer once.
Well, he only fights old guys.
Yeah, but when he fought a professional boxer, he lost.
Right. Yeah, if you notice Jake Paul's fights, everybody's like 20 years older than he is.
Yeah.
So Jake's a hack. He's a hack.
Trashest boxer I've ever seen in my life. If I'm a like I watch him and like I'm waiting for him to like I put $2,000 actually on Tyson Fury's little brother, Tommy Fury, to beat Jake Paul. I won all my money. Like I was in Colombia actually.
Well, people want Jake Paul to fight. What's his name? The guy that never gets hit.
Mayweather.
Yeah.
No.
I told people, I said, listen, if a guy who's been working his whole life to be a professional boxer can't hit Mayweather, what in the hell makes you think Jake Paul can hit Mayweather?
Mm-hmm. And like my biggest line for this Saturday today is going to be the Strickland versus Costa fight. It's not going to go to the distance. Put your fucking money down, baby. It's at plus 125 right now. Throw it.
Here's a question for you, Cody.
What's up?
I don't have a boxer.
Who's
I don't
your
follow
favorite
boxing
boxer right now.
My favorite boxer right now is going to be Levchenko. I love Levchenko. I like it's either Levchenko or it's going to be Usyk is a dog.
See, in my opinion, boxing has not been good since like the mid to late 90s.
Did you watch the Tyson Fury Usyk fight?
I didn't see it.
Dude, Usyk beat the brakes off of Tyson. Tyson at the beginning, he was banging him out like boom boom, like he was just laughing at him. He got cocky. It reminded me of the Chris Weidman versus Anderson Silva fight. Like Tyson was beating the brakes off him and was just laughing at him. Then all of a sudden this fucking right hook came out of nowhere, and Tyson Fury like wobbled, dude. And he was knocked out. Tyson Fury was knocked out. I think Usyk hit Tyson Fury with the hardest punch he's ever felt in his life, harder than Deontay Wilder did.
Yeah, I really haven't watched UFC since Uriah.
Oh, dude, you gotta watch it tomorrow because Islam's fighting tomorrow. Islam Makhachev. I'd put money on Islam, and I would put money on the not go to the distance. Costa.
Yeah, Uriah
What is that?
I can never say his last name, but Uriah Faber was my favorite UFC fighter.
Uriah Faber? Yeah.
But he doesn't fight anymore. So,
America's top team, baby. America's top team.
Who's televising the fight?
It's on pay-per-view tomorrow.
Yeah, okay.
Does that one channel, what the hell is that channel? They do every UFC fight.
This is pay-per-view, so ESPN.
I'll still see it. I got
it on what's that channel? Was it F?
I got the Fire Stick, so I'll still see
their
it.
logo is like it's like silver. Then there's like it looks kind of like a ring, and there was it. Oh my god!
Extreme East?
No, what the hell is it? What's that boxing channel I'm thinking of?
Oh, Dazzin?
Fight TV.
I think that's. Let me look at the logo. So.
Hello.
Didn't Bleacher Report used to do fights?
Who?
Bleacher Report?
No. I remember Barstool Sports.
Barstool.
Guys. Dazzin. That is it.
Yeah. That's where the fight was for Tyson Fury versus Usyk. I remember when Barstool Sports they're telling us how to gamble during the Roy Jones fight versus Mike Tyson. It was funny. It's so funny, dude, because they got every single fucking fight wrong. So like at the beginning, they said this guy's gonna win, and he lost, and they're like, all right, this guy's gonna win, and they lost, and like we're just us gamblers are on our phone like these motherfuckers motherfuckers, dude. And it was on like TV, dude. And I'm like, this dude's fucking wrong. I'm gonna go opposite now. And they got every single fight, that whole card, all 17 fights wrong. And like, if you didn't bet it, it was funny because after like the 10th fight, they were like, we've been wrong a lot and we don't know what to do. Like, they're just like, this guy's gonna win. And it was funny. It was just a fucking nightmare. That shit makes me laugh. Barstool Sports, I love the Prez. I love him. I love Barstool Sports, but holy fuck, did they fuck everybody in that one?
Sounds like it, yeah.
They even fucked. They said Mike Tyson was gonna win against Roy Jones. It was an expedition fight. Like no one's winning.
Yeah, nobody's winning. It's an exhibition.
Like they called it. I was like, whoa.
Yeah, it's an exhibition. Nobody's winning. Fuck, 2:00 almost. Shit,
check the private chat.
Shit's 3.
Jeez.
So yeah, I've been up since 6:30 this morning.
Okay, yeah, we can wrap it up.
So,
Cody, thanks for coming on, dude.
Hey, we do this every other Friday.
Yeah, we do our podcast every Thursday.
Okay.
Well, this is our second show because we do Vikings Vintage every Wednesday.
Yeah, every Wednesday.
Mm-hmm. Every Wednesday we do Vikings Vintage.
Join our podcast on it's on Facebook.
Mm-hmm.
We got StreamYard too. It's the Minnesota Vikings Uncensored. There's a bunch.
I'm in that group.
No, I've seen your YouTube channel and stuff like that.
I'm in that group. You got some real winners in there, let me tell you.
Oh, 100%. It's a nightmare.
Oh my god.
Few of those dudes.
But
we try it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we do this every other Friday. It's a free for all.
Yeah, just let me know. Just hit me up on a message, and I'll be on.
Hey, Cody, I'll put my number in private chat.
I got you.
Yeah.
Yep.
I work a lot, so I'm not always able to reach out. But
I hear you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm in the Army, so like I'm a drill sergeant right now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, everybody in my family has been in the military except for me and my brother because my mom said she disowned us if we doing so.
Yeah,
I'm on Facebook and Twitter. That way you can get hold of me.
Yeah, I'm on YouTube at Catch84, as you can see underneath my name, and also I'm just regular Catch84 on X.
Okay. Yeah, I'll hit you up. Just let me know.
I got my dog Pepsi as my logo.
Okay. Just hit me up with a message, and I'll join whenever you want me to join.
Right, and then remind me, send me a text about Thursday night show saying, and so let me know what time you go live and all that.
We go live at 8:30 Central.
Okay.
And you guys can join and tell these fucking there's some retards on this fucking shit. Shit, we live.
You know what?
Hey, we got the little notification here.
Yeah. So I mean, yeah, no problem. Sure, I'll go on there and ruffle some feathers. What the hell?
Yeah, you're gonna ruffle them. You say one word about Justin Jefferson, oh, it's gonna be. Look at my background, bro. I got him catching a mini bagging over here.
Well, Tony's one. He doesn't mind if the Vikings trade JJ.
Yeah, I don't care.
Yeah,
I don't care. Here's the thing: he plays a position. There's a guy coming out every year, can put up the same numbers, especially with today's football.
Did you see the drafts about wide receivers though?
Yeah,
it's not good.
I mean, so I'm going to overpay for a dude who's going to be a prima donna now? No,
he's not being a prima donna though.
He's not. He might be. You never know.
Not like the other guy that was here.
Not like they're already having problems with Diggs in Houston. My God.
Hey, but you might if you're not going to pay JJ. I mean, contracts are going to go up, man. You're going to pay Addison $30 million.
Yeah, that's true.
That is true, right? You got to pay the dude. Like, contracts are going up. And that's what I was thinking. I was thinking, like, why is Dalton Reisner wanting to be a starting guard, wanting starting guard money, but starting guard money is $5 million? Like, that don't make no sense to me. Like,
yeah, and he's playing a position and he's limited.
Mm-hmm. And like like you could see the contrast going. Like the running back. Remember when the running back was like
the running back was the highest paid.
Yeah, now it's bad. It's so
now,
low.
If a running back gets $2 million, good luck.
Yeah,
you got to be
crazy.
You got to be Saquon Barkley.
You got to be like Aaron Jones or something like that to get
right.
Yeah.
And where did Barkley go? I forgot.
Barkley went to Eagles. Eagles look disgusting.
Oh, that's right. He went to the Eagles.
I hope Kenny Pickett starts because I think Kenny Pickett's a better quarterback than Jalen Hurts. I watched Jalen Hurts and
okay. Guess what? Them was fighting words for some folks.
Yo, down here, yo. I remember when I was down here, and I was like, "Who the fuck is Kellen Mond?" I was asking these SEC folks, like, "Who's Kellen Mond?" And I was asking, and they're like, "He's dog shit." I was like, "No, he can't be dog shit. He's a 3rd-round pick. He's really good. He's really good." And they're like, "No, he's dog shit. I promise you. He's not good at all. He's trash." And I was like, I was losing my mind. I was like,
as Mike Zimmer said, I've seen him play.
Exactly.
On that note, I appreciate everybody being here. George, thank you for the dono again tonight. Really appreciate it. Everybody that come on. I know people don't like T-Bass. Some people don't like T-Bass. He's controversial, but that's kind of why we have him on.
I like T-Bass.
If you don't like him, just get out of your feelings and watch anyway.
Yeah.
But
we're all Vikings people here. Some are negative. Some people are positive. And
I know for a fact there are people that don't like me, but to be perfectly honest, I really don't give a fuck if you do or don't. Yeah. I'm going to say what I got to say and be done with it. If you don't like it, move on.
Some people are realistic in that, that's kind of where we're at.
Hey, since we got rid of Kirk, I've been pretty positive. So I don't want to hear shit out of anybody. Okay.
All right. Once again, Cody, give your shout outs where can people find you?
Yeah. Join us every Thursday on StreamYard. My wife is knocking on the door. Heavy. Join us every Thursday, 8:30 p.m. Central Time on Minnesota Vikings Uncensored Facebook. We're on StreamYard, YouTube, all that good shit. I gotta let my wife in. She's
yeah.
Okay. Yep, take care of that.
And like I said, you guys can find me at TYA Catch 84 on YouTube and Catch 84 on X. And then Tony, you have Facebook pages.
I have Facebook pages. I have Tony Bell, and I also have Minnesota Vikings 24/7 365, NFL and Pro Football 24/7 365, and Classic NFL and Pro Football 24/7 365. And I'm also on Twitter, X, Purple Jersey Guy 66.
All right. And like I said, Tony and I this week I had circumstances at work. I wasn't able to do the show. But every Wednesday we'll be back to our regular schedule. It was a holiday week, so we were busier than usual.
Right.
But every Wednesday we'll be back to our regular scheduled Vikings Vintage on Wednesday. And we hope to see you guys there. And like I said, thank you guys for joining us tonight.
Move forward like soldiers, you better wake up for the pay stub or you'll pay up. Don't make love to the game, bruh. Fuck the game up. Change up, rearrange stuff to your greatness. Famous for the way up. Play the game, bruh.
Never stop, I'll get it if I want it. Gotta make to myself a promise. I won't quit, keep going till I got it. I won't give up till I'm on top, yeah.
You know I'm always honest. There ain't no way I'm ever stopping.
I won't quit, keep going till I got it. I won't give up till I'm on top.
I'm always flirting with pain. She like to hurt me and maim. I'm always working to change, but she's still lurking the same. I keep on building a dynasty while the haters be trying me, but they hate from inside. You see, hate themselves in society, so I let them speak quietly while my actions speak wider. See, they be hiding in privacy with the screen. Oh, the irony to hate someone who's trying to be whatever they would like to be. We all feel the anxiety. We make our own rivalries. Yo, so where is all the positivity? I feel